chaotic scene Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy-Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes, those of you guys tuning in tonight. Good to see you guys chiming in. Good to see you, man. What a week, hearing all of this exciting news covering both of these cases. As you guys know, I've been covering the Nancy Guthrie case as well as the NOLAN WELLS case. Not too many crazy things going on today. There has been a lot of controversy surrounding the fact that, you know, whether or not it's been questionable to the fact that the mom gave the phone up or not. So I want to talk a bit about that tonight. There's been some rumors going around that we talked about yesterday in regards to the fact that Nancy was declared dead on May 2nd. Also, there was some rumors going around today due to the fact that Nancy was not reported missing on February 1st. So somebody came out on TikTok, I think, saying that she went missing on the 31st. However, I don't know. But I wanted to cover a little bit of that tonight. Mainly just wanted to kind of have an open discussion and maybe along the way, see what we can dig up here. I don't know. Big welcomes. Good to see you guys chiming in. I know it's fairly late tonight. We got a court date coming up tomorrow. I'm sorry. Don't know where that's going to take us tomorrow. Don't know whether or not it'll be dismissed. Don't know what to expect moving forward. So we'll see what happens with the court date. I have filed a motion for numerous of reasons, which I'll talk about tomorrow. I'm skeptical whether or not tomorrow I'll live stream it or not. I probably won't live stream the court, but I'll probably live stream up until I get into the courtroom. We'll see. I believe there was somebody who had requested to stream the court. Don't know if he's going to be there or not. By the name of, well, we don't even need to say his name anyway. It doesn't even matter. But supposedly one of the trolls that have been trolling us, you guys know all of the main trolls that have been trolling Alex, JLR, and I, and Ted, and anyone else they could possibly come up with to troll that has been covering the Nancy Guthrie case. So we'll see if they show up tomorrow. And it'll be quite interesting. So we'll see what happens here. So I'll be praying for the best results or the best outcome tomorrow. Send prayers my way. And I'll do so in return for those of you guys that are, going through things like that right now. Especially Alex. We know he's got court in September, so he's definitely in my prayers for sure. I wish him the best outcome, and I'm highly hopeful that he's going to have a good outcome. And I think it'll end up being dismissed, just like mine. I'm highly hopeful mine will be dismissed. I mean, they don't really have anything they could prove that I committed a crime. At least that's just my opinion, but time will tell. Time will tell, man. Good seeing you guys, man. Let's start off with a quick prayer here, of course. I just wanted to, as usual, start it off with a prayer here, so feel free to join me here for those that love joining for the prayers here. Prayer for Nancy, prayer for Nolan Wells, prayer for justice, prayer for closure amongst all families who have somebody missing out there. And just anybody who just has, something going on in their life. And even if you don't, I pray that it consistently stays good for you in your life. So let's say a quick prayer here. Bear with me 1 second, guys. Got home pretty late tonight, so I'm a little unprepared, but there wasn't too much to prepare for anyways. Prayer for Nancy, prayer for Nolan Wells here. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to take this time out to just share how highly thankful I am for just waking up today, being able to go to work, being able to come home to my family and just get on here and stream and share my thoughts with all these beautiful, great people here. Father, I just want to say, continue to keep us safe, continue to shed light on us and all in a positive way that results in a positive outcome. Father, let's continue to help each other, remind one another to just keep each other in mind, continue to keep praying for one another, and just simply keep us all safe. Father, I ask that you watch over all of the evil people, even even the Guthrie family, the Wells, Nolan Wells' family, and anybody who's experiencing hard times. And I pray that it stays consistent for those who are at a good point in their life. But continue to watch over us all and just simply remind us all to continue looking out for one another. In dear Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I'll take a quick moment of silence here, of course, as I usually like to do. So I'm probably going to get copyright because I played that video in the beginning, but it's okay because I'll just mute it. But that was just a good video. I liked the Nolan. They were showing him, it was a football play. And that's okay. I'm okay with the copyright. It's, I'll just delete the song. It's not like I'm going to get a strike or anything like that, but it was just a good song. The song went with the video, so I had to do it. My song didn't line up with that actual video, so I'm like, nah, let me play the actual audio that go with the actual video. So had to do it. Anyways, guys, I wanna start with Nancy tonight. I know we started with Nancy last night, and we'll follow up with the the controversy surrounding the Nolan Wells case, and yeah, I'm trying to remember if I make sure I'm not missing anything here. So, anyways, there have been some things trending with the Nancy Guthrie case that has brought a lot to my attention. Today makes, by the way, 193 days, going on 194, since Nancy's gone missing. As you guys know, we reached that 6-month mark. Okay. As the reports, upon the research that I've done today, it does state that the ransom notes increasingly viewed as fake. Multiple forensic physiologists or psychologists, I'm sorry, they publicly doubt the authenticity of the ransom notes, which is crazy. So I don't know. I'm still kind of undecided when it comes to the ransom notes myself. I'm for the most part, I still believe that they weren't real, but there have been some questionable things that seem like they just might be. Because if it does turn out that it is true, and we looked over the documents that we looked at yesterday, all thanks to Thornbridge Unfiltered. Shouts to Jennifer and Glenn, because they're the ones who dug up this information from a gentleman named Bill, who is a private investigator who was able to get this information for us, so that way we were able to figure out, some information in regards to Nancy. So for me, I'm still at the fact where I still think the ransom notes are not legitimate. However, if it turns out that Nancy Guthrie has been declared dead, I can't really think of anything else that would, solidify the fact that she's no longer with us besides the ransom notes. So if that's the case, then that would make me shift into believing that those ransom notes were actually real. And it all goes back to Savannah, when Savannah said, she thinks that the ransom notes, she says, she quotes, she tends to believe that they are real. So if that's the case, then I'm going to shift direction there. But until for now, I'm just going to assume that they're not. Okay, that's just my take on it for right now, because there's just been so many things thrown out there that have led to dead ends. So I got my guard up on that one in that sense, at least for now, because I don't want to get my hopes up. It does seem logical that this could be possible. It does. I mean, it could go from anywhere from months to 5 years to declare somebody dead, as we talked about just yesterday. And that is always determined, well, in some cases, depending on the situation, it's determined by a judge. Due to the fact that she was declared dead, and obviously that's what happened here. If that's actually the case. Now, I want to play this quick video just real quick here in just a second here. Let's just dive into this video just real quick here. I don't even want to waste time here. So there's this video that's been going around on TikTok. And I don't know who this guy is. I've never seen him. I'm not too sure if this guy is, I don't know. He seems like he's a pretty, like he takes the time to dig up information, and he really does his research before he just throws information around out there. I don't know, guys. I'll let you guys be the judge of this. I don't know. I don't know what to think on this video here, but I think it was going around from MAB. Somebody, unless it was somebody fake saying that they were MAB investigates, it looked like it was coming from MAB that has kind of sent this around through email. And this is what the video says here. Let's just go ahead and play it real quick here, and then we'll dive into some more details. But just play this video real quick.
Not go missing on February 1st. She went missing on Nancy Guthrie did not go missing on February 1st. She went missing on January 31st. And here's the proof. What I'm going to show you guys is a little screen record where I'm just going to a simple Google search. I'm putting in evidence submission portal, Piedmont County, Nancy Guthrie, clicking on it. Then you'll see the evidence submission portal and you will see the Nancy Guthrie endangered adult report. Then what I'm going to do is go to another website, click on it, click on the actual link, and it brings me right back to the original endangered adult persons report. The reason why this is significant is because here it is, July 21st, 2026, and it's still up on their website. It was never taken down. Take a look. And here we go. Piedmont County Evidence Portal, Nancy Guthrie, search, evidence.com, Piedmont County Sheriff. Here is the actual missing and endangered adult report. Same one, same report number as before. Now watch what I do. I'll go back. I'll click on this WFLA website. I'll click right here. Once that pops up, I'll scroll down so you guys can see it. I'm going to scroll down further. I'm going to go back up and you're going to see the submission portal. I'm going to be clicking on that submission portal and that's where the updated link would be. And there it is again, same report. For reference, here's the original report. You can see the colors are blue and all that. You can see it's a little bit more updated. That's the original report. And as you see, it's still there. They never took it down. They never got rid of it. All the people that saying this was fake, this didn't exist. Yes, I understand the address is incorrect, but don't you think they would have removed this by now? They would have taken this submission portal down, or at least this specific information down, but no. That actual missing and endangered adult report, you can see the number right here, is still there and live. I'm telling you, she went missing on January 31st. Someone reported it at 7 p.m. It wasn't February 1st, and it wasn't reported at noontime. It was the day before at 7 p.m. Nancy Guthrie did not go missing on February 1st. She went missing on January 31st, and here's the proof. What I'm going to show you guys is a little screen record where I'm just going to a simple Google search. I'm putting in evidence submission portal, Piedmont County, Nancy Guthrie, clicking on it. Then you'll see the evidence submission portal, and you will see the Nancy Guthrie endangered adult report. Then what I'm going to do is go to another website, click on it, click on the actual link, and it brings me right back to the original endangered adult persons report. The reason why this is significant is because here it is, July 21st, 2026, and it's still up on their website. It was never taken down. Take a look. And here we go. Piedmont County Evidence Portal, Nancy Guthrie, search, evidence.com, Piedmont County Sheriff. Here is the actual missing and endangered adult report. Same one, same report number as before. Now watch what I do. I'll go back. I'll click on this WFLA website. I'll click right here. Once that pops up, I'll scroll down so you guys can see it. I'm going to scroll down further. I'm going to go back up and you're going to see the submission portal. I'm going to be clicking on that submission portal and that's where the updated link would be. And there it is again, same report. For reference, here's the original report. You can see the colors are blue and all that. You can see it's a little bit more updated. That's the original report. And as you see, it's still there. They never took it down. They never got rid of it. All the people that saying this was fake, this didn't exist. Yes, I understand the address is incorrect, but don't you think they would have removed this by now? They would have taken this submission portal down, or at least this specific information down, but no. That actual missing and endangered adult report, you can see the number right here, is still there and live. I'm telling you, she went missing on January 31st. Someone reported it at 7 p.m. It wasn't February 1st, and it wasn't reported at noontime. It was the day before at 7 p.m.
So I don't know, guys. I don't know where this guy. I mean, obviously he's showing exactly just to prove that where he's getting his information, but to prove that it's true. I don't know. I still I don't believe anything until law enforcement puts it out. But it seems like we've been pushed to do the necessary work to figure out most of this information when it comes to Nancy. So it's hard to say, but what do y'all think? Y'all think Nancy went missing on the 31st or, maybe even before then, for all we know? Did she really even go and have dinner at Annie and Tommaso's that night? Is she really even missing? Is she in protective custody? I think people still all ask those questions. For me personally, I think that she really went missing, and she was really kidnapped. I don't know, the exact date, Nancy really went missing, just because we don't really have much still to this day. I mean, we have the timelines, but those are to be questioned as well. So, I mean, it's just hard to say. But I mean, this seems like this guy put in the necessary work to try to figure out, whether or not she was missing or not. I mean, he did. He did show us the research he did. Not only after finding it, but he showed us exactly, the site that he went, or that he found it on, that, was still there, which is crazy. Let me pull up chat real quick here. Believing no one says, remember Nonads originally said Saturday night, then later he changed it. Yeah, there's been several things that Sheriff Nano has changed though, right? I mean, he's always changing things, it seems like. I mean, he can never get his story straight. We all know this. But then it goes back to what, Jennifer was saying, like, could he just be keeping the public busy, just to keep us all distracted, is the fact that they maybe even pushed, Alex's court date back and my court date so they could keep us out of the neighborhood. And by the way, tomorrow I'll make sure I ask, what are the conditions of release once I get done with the court? We'll see if, I am able to go back, and, being that if I am, we'll see how things play out if I actually do, which I don't really see a reason to go back unless we learn that, FBI is out there. Then of course we'll snoop around and probably see if we can figure out what they're up to. Which leads me to, show this video with, well, I should show Brian Inton's, but Daphne was able to get information. Shouts Daphne case files, by the way. She was able to share the actual area. And she reported that Brian Ensign was able to get the actual area that the FBI seemed to be interested in, after we heard that they recently just went back to the neighborhood. So we'll check that out in a minute here, but it looks like it's near Ganado, which is the street before Nancy's if you're coming from Skyline. So if you're, let's see which house. If you're coming from the abandoned house that has the porta potty, it would be the street right before the Cordysac Street. So right before the lady street that has the Bobcat. So the lady with the construction work that's building the pool, it would be that street there. And we'll look at it in a minute in here. So it's not going to even, we'll all be able to see exactly what street I'm talking about here. And then she shows the rent history. So the house was up for rent for God knows how long. I mean, it seemed like it was years, months, and she shows a route where, it's possible that I think she's kind of hinting that it's possible that the perp could have went from this specific house, as she's pointing out, through some people's houses into Nancy's. Cause it seems like it's right behind Nancy's, or kind of not right behind Nancy's, but on the side, I guess. It's kind of a little bit of both, I would say, kind of the backside of her house-ish. But we'll check that out right now. I mean, shouts to Daphne. I mean, she's always digging up some information that has us thinking here. I know Alex, shouts to Alex, Mr. Criminal Network there. He just released the audio, which we've heard months ago from the dispatch of the Blue Malibu. So we definitely want to hear some peeps' insight on that Blue Malibu. I think we've seen many, interesting things when it comes to cars amongst the neighborhood, like perhaps the lady that was seen yelling out her window that night. Was it that car? Wasn't it the Malibu where the lady was yelling out the window that night? I'm not too sure if it was this specific car. So many things have happened. It's hard to keep track of everything. Shout out to everybody tuning in, by the way. Good to see you, Kim Wells, Summer, Wednesday. Welcome, by the way, FinFan TC. TC says it's fake. Okay, I hope. I hope you're right. because that email has been going around, it seems, and I don't know if that's Mab. I don't know who that is that sent me an email. I've never talked to Mab really ever, so I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he may have got my email from my channel, because I keep my email on my channel for anybody that needs to contact me. But I don't know if that was actually Mab or not. Does anybody have Mab's actual email? That way we could probably just confirm that this is coming from him. It says Mab investigates. He sent the video. It states, please share with Nikki Unjust Story, Sleuth, Mark the Shark, and Dad's Gone Live, and Alex, and etc. And it did state that they sent it to JLR and 857. And if they missed anybody, to pass the information along. So I figured I'd share it tonight, see what the folks think in regards to, Nancy going missing the 31st. But I think we questioned that when we heard those dispatch calls too. So good to see you. Shout some Moss tuning in, by the way. Kimmy, good seeing you. Ali, good seeing you as well. Tori, welcome, by the way. Slap PP, I'm sorry. Good to see you. He says, maybe Savannah do that we celebrate, have party drink. I don't know what you were saying there. DJ, good to see you. Welcome back, DJ, by the way. Ali says, I watch that guy all the time. Yeah, I didn't watch him, but I saw another video he put out about Nolan Wells too, and it sounded like it was a pretty good video, to be honest. I couldn't watch it because I don't have TikTok, and I wasn't watching it from the computer. The computer lets me watch it, but my phone, the computer lets me watch it, but the phone won't. It'll just stop it as soon as it starts, so I couldn't watch it. I should have just downloaded it, but I was kind of busy at the time anyway, so I didn't get a chance to watch the Nolan Wells one, but it's interesting. He's got some interesting videos for sure. So you would say, Ollie, that's legitimate, that video there? You think that he's putting out some valid information? Alex said the blue car was a nothing burger months ago and cleared the car back then. I thought we did debunk that situation, to be honest, because we heard that dispatch months and months ago. But I mean, this is one of those cases where you got to kind of revisit things to see if you missed anything. I mean, there are so many things that I've been saying this. We could we have missed our suspect? Could we have came in contact with who may be responsible for what happened to Nancy? It's possible, and it's happened. I would say it's pretty much common that this happens all the time when it comes to crime. So, and that's just, to me, how crime works. You got to revisit things that, come about, and the people that haven't been cleared, you got to keep them in mind too. Carlos is one of them. So, I mean, it's hard not to revisit these things. I mean, sometimes we even think we debunk stuff, and come to find out it's not debunked. So, I don't know. But I thought we figured out the blue Malibu thing. Well, we never figured out who was driving it, so I don't know about that. I don't think we really got to the bottom of the blue Malibu situation, though. So it was that blue Malibu that we saw the person yelling out, though. I thought I remembered that. Angel Fire welcomes. She says, yes, it was the blue Malibu. Indeed. Dr. Edward, good to see you. Says, you sent you a picture that maybe you could figure it out. You email me a picture? Sorry, guys. I know some of you guys don't like to hear the typing, but I'm looking. I'll look as we chat here. Who's got Mab's email, though? I want to confirm this is him, because I've never spoke to him through email before. Wasn't it the car of the screaming? The blue Malibu was, yeah. I thought. I mean, don't quote me on it, because I sometimes I need my memory refreshed when it comes to this case. There's just been so many things that have came about. Jamie, good to see you. It's been a while. Kim Wells, welcome back, by the way. I just wanted to say hello to some of you guys tuning in here tonight, by the way. Bridget, good to see you. Justice, welcome back, by the way. Maribeth says it's about time. My bad. Yeah, I know it's kind of late tonight, but it's all right because we'll be streaming a lot earlier for the most part throughout the week. So I'll still have my late night streams. If I can start earlier, I'll still stream late twice a day. But if I start a little later than I need to, of course, I probably won't stream twice because we usually start, well, lately we've been streaming late, but I've been trying to stream a little earlier. But if I start at a decent time, it usually goes into the late night anyway. So, and I kind of keep in mind, a lot of you guys are on the East Coast, so I'll make sure I start for those of you guys at a better time. Because I know a lot of us got work and whatnot, so I'll make sure we start at a decent time. So, anyways, guys, I wanted to chime into this video that Daphne case file had brought to our attention, which was rather interesting. So, I want to get to some Nolan Wells here because there's some really interesting things I wanted to cover tonight with Nolan Wells. So without further ado, and we won't play the whole video with Daphne because it's about 30 minutes long. And like I said, we got to get to some other things here. But the video was very interesting to me because she kind of had my mind she had me really thinking with this one here. Especially due to the fact that a lot of people think that the perp is somewhere in that neighborhood or lives in that neighborhood. And once you come here, guys, I don't think a lot of people realize that Chris Dunn is one of them. He started to realize, look, this is probably somebody from the neighborhood. Once you realize how much of a maze this neighborhood is, then you start to question, like, this person just might be from this neighborhood. So check this video out here.
This time, the exact area where investigators were poking around in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Brian Enton was able to confirm with the neighbors that investigators were looking around this area below, and I'm going to pull it up for you. This photo with the bright red arrow. As you can see here, this East Camino El Ganado is the road in which the three people had moved out, which we were told. I've heard it was like a hoarder's house. I heard it was construction workers that had moved out. Now, I've never been able to get a confirmation if they moved out prior to or the same time as Nancy's disappearance. I've also heard that one of the three were still in the area spotted driving around right after Nancy's abduction. Okay. So just want to make that clear right there. So this red arrow here, and I'm going to pull it up on Google Earth so we can get a better look at it. This here is in one of the neighbors' yards, and across the street from this red arrow is where the house is that was for rent and is now up for sale. And then I'm going to show you how close this is to Nancy's. On Google Earth, and I've adjusted some things in detail for privacy, even though this is all on public record. I want to show you some things. So we've got Nancy's house here in this large blue marker that I've made with the cross on it. And we're going to go down Nancy's road. So here's North Camino Escalante. We're going to make the first right onto East Camino El Ganado. And we're going to zoom into this particular area right here. As you can see right here, this particular area, you can see like a red vehicle on one side. We're going to just look at this little island area right there. This particular area is exactly where that red arrow was that I just shown you. This is really close to one of the neighbors who said that their dog had woke them up early in the morning the night that Nancy was taken through as I can and show you guys everything. So this is just like a 1-minute clip of that particular neighbor where the area is that I just shown you. This is exactly what he said.
You stated that you live 4 homes down from Mrs. Guthrie. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your dogs often, as does mine, want to go out in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. That night, did your dog go out?
Yeah, that was where actually I sort of, one of our dogs I had to rouse in the morning is a deep sleeper. There were some nights in question where the investigators have asked us about certain evenings and if we've seen anything unusual. I want to say it could be.
So, by the way, real quick, this is one of the neighbors that have been interviewed. I think Brian Insons interviewed him. And then we also have, oh my God, what's her name? The other lady who said that she saw the suspicious guy with his, his hat down. I was kind of frustrated with that lady because she was, first of all, she was one of the people who said that these people keep their doors open, that they hadn't had any crime or any burglaries within like 44 years or something like that. But I was frustrated with her because when she saw the suspicious guy, whenever she saw the suspicious guy, my question was, why didn't she ever report it? And then, it had been months after she had told, reporters or anything, or FBI agents, anything, when she saw this suspicious person, like, why did she wait so long to tell the FBI that she saw a suspicious guy in the neighborhood? If it's not common, you don't see it, you're obviously not going to forget about it. Maybe she was scared that, somebody was going to come after her because the case was still fresh in the beginning. I have no idea. But it was a lady. Brian had interviewed her, probably about 3 times he interviewed that lady. I cannot remember her name right now. I'm having a brain fart, and I usually remember her name. This guy walked past me one day, and he always is very nice. He always says hi. I think he was getting tired of me, to be honest, because he came by one day. He turned his music up loud on his phone. He never walks close to me. And then, one day when he walked by, he put his phone out purposely, turned the music up, and then he stuck his phone out and he was playing a song. And I think his intention was trying to get me copyright or whatever, but you could just tell he did it on purpose. I didn't like that, but it didn't bother me at all. I didn't get it either. But these neighbors are some of these neighbors are weird, man. But he's one of the few that didn't really have an issue with us being in the neighborhood. Maybe. I don't know. I think he was kind of both ways about it. What is that lady's name? I mean, Criminal Network would remember before I would. Let's continue real quick, though.
Coincidence, it could be nothing. I'm not an investigator. I'm a layperson. But
Aldine.
The dogs did rouse.
Oh, my God. DJ, thank you. Yes, Aldine. Yes, Aldine. I don't know why she didn't report this right away. What took her so long? Why did she wait so long to say she saw a suspicious guy? That could have been very, very important because, maybe seeing the direction that he's walking in could tell us where he may have came from. So to me, FBI could have looked in that general area where this guy was walking from. Anyway, let's go here.
Took them out. There's a image of me on camera. I heard nothing or saw nothing, but animals can be, especially dogs, can be hypersensitive, and we don't know if there's a correlation. We've shared it, and whether it helps with timeline or in any way, we hope it is of some value.
What time was that, Jeff Lemay?
Gosh, it was, I'm working from memory. It may have been a little bit past 1 a.m.
Got a good idea of the neighbor and what happened that night. Now, he mentioned that he went outside and he said it was roughly around 1 o'clock, even though the investigators got his video footage and they could actually see him on the video footage come out that night. Dogs and animals, we all know, they can sense things that we can't. My dog actually found my skin cancer on my leg. Isn't that crazy? She kept sniffing on this one spot in my leg. So I went to the doctors and sure enough, it was skin cancer. Got it cut out. Very wild, right? So animals can sense things. And I just wanted to give you a better perception of exactly what I'm talking about here and the area. So let's get back to the maps. Now that we're back in the neighborhood and you watched that particular clip, I'm going to show you how close this area is from where the FBI was focusing on to where that home is that is in question. Okay. This is the house right here. So it's adjacent to our neighbor who reported that their dogs wanted to go out. Okay. The one we just watched. This is the house right here. And this particular house is currently up for sale. And some people are like, well, who cares if it's for sale? Well, the owners obviously probably want to sell it because of what happened with Nancy, because it was a rental house for a very long time. And I'm going to show you right now. So the home I just showed you is this house here. This is actually realtor.
Is Criminal Network in here? There was a house on Granado that there was, from what I heard, I think it was either 2 or 3 guys that lived in this house at one time. I'm trying to figure out if this is the house right here.
It is currently up for
I
sale.
think that is it.
For $625,000. Okay, which it could probably go for more, but since there was a kidnapping of an 84-year-old woman, and you have a police officer such as Chris Nanos saying he could strike again, you know, they probably have to lower the price to get somebody to purchase it. Now, I know it's been up for sale for a little bit now. So it's been on realtor.com for 95 days. We're going to go down here a little ways, and I'm going to show you the history of this home, which will show you that it was a rental house. Okay. So we're going to start from recent. This is in June 25, 2026, which was just a couple months ago. They decreased their price to $625,000. Not too much from the listing price, $650,000. So which was in May 7th. Okay. But we're gonna scroll.
He would know. He does a lot of, you know, little research on some of these houses here, but I was just curious. It's okay though.
Down a little.
I think that is the house.
And we're gonna look at April 28th, 2026. It was okay, so they removed the listing. Why? Because they had listed it for rent March 3rd, 2026. The rent went for $2,800 in March. Okay. Now we're going to scroll down a little bit more. We're going to open that up. And these particular people actually purchased this home in 1999. I believe they live in California. I could be wrong. But I believe that's
Hey, Dumpsy, good seeing you, by the way.
And they purchased it in 1999, and soon in 2002 listed it for
hanging in
rent. There. Okay, and you can see here 2002 in October, listing removed. Then again listed it again for $1,295 because it wasn't, nobody was renting it, I guess, and or maybe they rented it out for a few weeks. I don't know. Then we're going to skip to May 1st, 2003. They removed the listing. Okay. And then listed it again May 9th. It makes me wonder if they were maybe doing a like Airbnb or something.
You know, I got to get in contact with Mark the Shark because Mark the Shark said that he had rented an Airbnb in Nancy's neighborhood. I'm pretty sure he told you guys by now. I don't think this would be the house, though, that's, you know, listed for Airbnbs in that neighborhood. Maybe we should look it up while we're live here. But it's questionable.
For a few days, and then if they couldn't get an actual long-term rental like a rental person, you know, somebody to rent it out longer term. So you can keep going. Here's 2003, 2004, still for rent. 2006, still for rent. 2010, still for rent. Now, I want you to look at something. June 12, 2010, listing removed. Then you don't have really anything until March 3rd, 2026. And this would be the month after Nancy was taken. Why such a 16-year gap?
Very interesting.
I wonder if they were just doing like Airbnb, or they could have been doing like something off the record type rental there. Just a thought, just speculating. I don't know if that's what they were doing, but it seems though, I don't think they're going to keep their house completely empty when I know for a fact they live in a different state. So this tells me that they were doing probably an off the record rental for 16 years, you guys. Okay. Looks like those people moved out recently, obviously, because they put it up for rent in March 3rd. Usually when somebody moves out of a rental property, it takes probably about a month to go in, clean the house, paint the walls, fix the place up for the other rentals, right? The other renters that are coming in. So this tells me that these people definitely who was living there had to have moved out, just like we were told, around the time that Nancy was taken. What do you think? Now I'm back to our Google Earth here, and I want to show you a few more things. There's another neighbor that lives in the area very close by, and I believe that this particular neighbor spoke to Brian Inton. And this particular neighbor said that they witnessed a strange person walking down the road with their head down
Aldine.
a couple weeks prior to Nancy's abduction. Do you guys remember that? So I honestly believe that the FBI is really interested in this particular area here and this rental home, whoever moved out of it. So now, if they're looking across the area here, could this had been a possible path? Okay. Something where I don't know where the guy sleeps, the gentleman who has the dogs, or where the dogs were sleeping, but could this perpetrator had been squatting or staying in this rental house here and walked through our neighbor's yard to get to Nancy's? Now,
This was interesting
I want
part
to
to
show
me.
you something. I've always said that whomever took Nancy, basically, they lived in the area or knew the area very well. I've always felt that. And I always felt that maybe someone was squatting or monitoring her prior to her abduction. Now, I'm not saying that the people that own this house here, they had some lunatics renting, and that those are the people that took Nancy. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But could the people that moved out of here, and then you have Nancy's perpetrator had come in and squatted in that house because it was empty? You never know, because it would make sense. Now, I want to show you something else. We're going to walk down the road here just a little ways from our house, which was for rent, now for sale.
So I'm looking at some Airbnbs right now just because I don't see any Airbnbs. I mean, this map is kind of funny, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I don't really see too many. I see a lot of Airbnbs close to Nancy's, but I don't really see any on the same street or a street over so far. I don't, but I'm trying to get to Nancy Street. I'm not quite there yet. Oh, there we go. We're getting somewhere here. But I don't really see any Airbnbs now. I might need to change the date and go later into the month and see if more come up. But I don't really see any popping up right by Nancy's house. We'll see.
Walk down, and we're going to come to this particular house here. And this house on the corner is for sale. I'm pretty sure it's still for sale. And it was for sale for a long time. So it's completely vacated. It is a hot spot for our perpetrator to had been squatting in as well. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of homes around in the area that are empty. I've spoken about this several times. I've heard that this home is a rental house as well, and that's right next door to Nancy's. Okay. So check this out. I want to show you this clip. This is actually a very short clip off of JLR's when he was sitting there with Joe DiPietro, I believe his name is. And they're talking about the house for rent. And they're talking about a direction in which the perpetrator could have entered into Nancy's. So let's play this clip.
Now let's talk about that. There were no signs that say alarm system because there was no alarm system. Okay, but that's what it is. Now, this house, look at that house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a good distance, but we can still see it.
Right,
But now look left for your vehicles. Now that car, the house, which JLR determined were renters. Renters generally, they don't know if something's out of place in neighborhoods. Nothing against them, but it's not like Nancy lived here for 50 years.
Right.
So if you're used to something, hey, wait a minute, that car doesn't belong. You're a renter, you don't know.
Right.
But look at the distance.
Too big.
Look at where your vehicle is, Rosa, to the corner. There's no house there. And now look across the street on this side. There's no house there. Both of the houses are on the side street. So, see, it's my contention. When we've been here, the investigators, they spend a lot of time. Look where I'm pointing. See that small wall? So that small wall leads to sliding glass doors.
Right, the bedroom.
It's my belief that if you and I were trying to figure out how to get it.
I'm just going to pause it for a minute. When she said bedrooms, yes. Nancy's bedroom is exactly in that area here. And it's got a little courtyard area with 2 sliding doors.
There. we're going to go that side, because on this side we don't know if someone could see
Right.
us, but this side
No, we
now,
can
and
because
you
of all
know
that
how
brush,
dark
right?
it is. You
Right,
know
right.
how dark it is.
Oh, I
at night.
saw JLR the
Yeah,
other day. You
and
can't even
those
see a
street
hand in
lights.
front of your face, right?
Oh.
But here's another thing. JLR was saying this, and if somebody has told you, JLR, there's not. You know how you said that rabbit wall or whatever on the other side? It's not. It's all enclosed because somebody was out here with a drone and they showed it.
Yes.
So there's not an opening on that side like you thought
No,
there
it's
would
a
be.
small
No,
little
it's a small, but there is an opening.
There is an opening.
Oh, it is.
You get
There
in
is an
there on
opening.
the other side.
The other side.
I got you.
So
There
maybe you
is.
go.
There's not even a
there.
gate there, so somebody can just walk in.
It's an
And
opening.
right there on the patio, and this
Yeah,
two
but
sliding
why?
glass
Here's
Now
the
doors.
thing.
let's
Here's
Bringing
Rosa,
it up,
finish that. Let's finish.
open it up,
Okay,
go
you're
in.
me and you.
Uh-huh.
So we go through there. We're right there, right?
Mhm.
We don't hear a dog bark.
Right.
We don't see a TV on. We don't know if there's any lights on. That's the, to me, that side right there
Most
is the
people
vulnerable
leave
side.
their lights off at
Yes, at
night,
night.
and sometimes when they even go to bed, they turn off the lights off, the outdoor lights too.
Yes.
Let you kind of get an idea of where this perpetrator could have went, which way he could have went, and where the FBI have been focusing on, where the dog neighbor, okay, which is right across the street where the renters were. Now, it would have been totally easy for them to cut through and kind of walk up the street and go through, okay? Look, also, not to mention, it's been up in the air kind of, but I know the media absolutely rented
What's
this house here.
address?
So that makes me to believe that this house was actually empty too. So you've got a lot
So-
of places where this masked perpetrator could have scouted Nancy's house out.
Most
Now,
definitely.
this particular area, which backs up to Nancy's yard right here, okay, you could actually see Nancy from this particular house right here. And let me show you this clip. I'm going to play this short clip from Brian Enton, and then I want to show you something else.
So there is an Airbnb that is directly behind Nancy's. And I'm just looking at Airbnbs because I'm just curious because she's talking about a house that went up for rent. And then there's this gap in between the time that it wasn't for rent, which, you know, could we question the fact that maybe they did rent it out as an Airbnb for a short period of time, and maybe somebody that wasn't from the neighborhood or could have rented out an Airbnb and did some staging there for all we know. I don't know. But I'm just kind of curious because, you know, one of these Airbnbs are right, like directly behind, from what it looks like, at least on the Airbnb site. And also some don't, you know, generate unless, you know, you put in the right date, because obviously some aren't available. So if it's not available, it's not going to come up. So you kind of got to go between the dates to see if, you know, something comes up here. Anyway, that's irrelevant right now.
Come to their house several times to talk to them, so they know kind of who they're looking for. They know who these people are. They know that it's the same agents who were out there initially. And what's interesting is I'm told that the FBI agents were in an area kind of behind Nancy's house. And if you look at Google Earth here, you can see what I'm talking about. There's almost like I don't want to call it an alley, but that's kind of the first word that comes to mind. But there's like a dirt sort of driveway, but it's like a public, it's kind of like an alley.
You can see the little alley here, okay? Right through here. So this is the dog neighbor, and somebody could have literally walked over, and if they knew that home that the media rented, that I just showed you on the Google Earth, knew that home was empty, they had that whole entire area to do whatever they wanted with, okay? They could even like had a vehicle parked at the house where it's empty, where the media rented, if that one was definitely empty, or park their car at the place, you know, across from our dog neighbor. But if you remember, though, our neighbor here with the dog, he said he has cameras, okay? And if he went outside with his dogs, he most likely went outside in this patio area here. I'm just taking a wild guess, okay? Maybe not. Maybe he brought the dogs out front. And if you remember him saying that that you could see him on camera with the dogs outside.
That goes in an area sort of in the vicinity of the land behind Nancy's house. And one of the neighbors was telling me that she saw an FBI agent back in that area. I've been back behind Nancy's house, and at one point I got permission from one of the neighbors to go back there. There's a lot of open land behind her house, and it's kind of hard to describe unless you see it. I'm going to put some of this video up from when I was walking around back there, but you can walk around back there. I mean, it's a little treacherous because there's a lot of cactuses and there's rocks, but you can walk in between them and kind of get around. And even some of the neighbors have said to me that, you know, when their kids were young, they would like all run around back there and sneak around.
And what he just said, think about it. This guy had a bite light in, okay? Looked like an LED bite light. He was using it to walk around in Nancy's foyer. He was using it to grab the brush, okay? The foliage. So if he walked through this area with his head down, like he did in the foyer area when he was going to find the foliage, he could easily get through this part here to get to Nancy's.
I'm back there and get to each
But
other's
the
house.
thing is, to me, is how you're going to get a body back through there without using a vehicle. That's the thing for me, you know. Otherwise, you know, that would have been very noticeable to drag a body through the desert, even if he used a dolly or any type of anything, really. You know, there's no way you're going to be able to get a body through there without leaving tracks. So he would have had to have a vehicle. No way. There's no way, to me, you know, from that area, you know, I don't see it. It's too much terrain back there to have to drag her through, to not, you know, leave any marks or any trail. I mean, that would require a lot of backtracking to make sure that there wasn't anything left behind doing so. So, I mean, I don't know. And then even if he didn't, you know, let's say, you know, take a body through there, he would have still left some type of marks walking through there, you know, going to Nancy's. But then again, it's hard to say because they did contaminate the entire area. I mean, we had 400 something FBI agents, or, you know, in between them and, you know, law enforcement or sheriff, whatever. We had a lot of people out here. So, I mean, at that point, it makes it very difficult to even, you know, take notice to any footprints or footsteps. There's no way, you know, we would have even been able to see if somebody even traveled to and from that area. But I mean, it doesn't eliminate the fact that this person may live behind Nancy's or somewhere in the neighborhood. But again, I mean, how did he remove Nancy's? But I mean, it does explain. It could explain. It doesn't really explain exactly, but it could explain why the doors may have been propped open. Also, it could be possible that he propped open those doors so that way when he went back, you know, maybe he had something he wanted to do once he got back, or he wanted it to make it easier for the exit point, not the entry point. I don't know. I've more so started to lean in the direction of the possibility that this has been staged. And whatever occurred with the back doors being propped open is really where it may have taken place, but we just don't know any of that because those cameras were removed, and I think they were removed for a reason. And that was obviously so we couldn't see what happened, and which makes it very, very confusing, because if you remove a camera in the front and you put that on camera, then you're leading investigators to believe, well, you got something that you want to do in the front. You know what I'm saying? You got them believing there was something you wanted to do in the front that you didn't want anybody to see. But in all reality, there was something that you did in the back that you didn't want somebody to see. It goes both ways is what I'm saying here. So it's very tricky, you know, so you really don't know. It's kind of like you got to try to figure them both out. You know, did he go out the front? Did he go out the back? I don't know. But he made it more confusing by the fact that he went up to the front door. On top of that, he purposely crouched down, made it look like he made it difficult to get his height. So he was, to me, that indicated to me he was highly aware of that he knows what investigators look for in this situation. Not only that, he does something weird, grabs a shrub, and it makes it confusing to whether or not he was trying to cover the camera or not, which I don't believe he was. Even though he did, I think the goal was to remove it. Although he could have just simply knocked off a Ring camera, knowing that it doesn't really take much to take off a Ring camera in the first place. I don't know. I think that was all staged, because if you live in the neighborhood, even if you don't, and you've staged the place, then you already know what to expect before you get to the place. So that's what leads me to believe, look, this guy just went and did this in front of this camera just to confuse investigators, just to confuse law enforcement. And I think it just makes sense. But if the same thing happens in the back, but you don't get anything on camera in the back, you do it in the front. You're just trying to confuse law enforcement as of, whether this person went in the front or out the back. But I think people are more led to believe that it happened in the front because they see that blood there. Even though we still don't really know if Nancy went in from the front of the actual door or she went through the garage. We just assume so because there's the timeline when it comes to that garage door opening and closing. I don't know. I hate to even rethink things because then it just, you start getting all mixed up and you don't even know what to believe. You could make yourself believe so many different things in this case. It's not even funny. And a lot of the stuff that was done, to me, it's common sense that it was intentional. It wasn't something that, this person just did because they didn't know. But they still have yet to prove to the public that still photo image wasn't on January 11th. So I don't know, man. I don't know with this case anymore. This case is just, it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. You can't really put your finger around anything. It's everything that you come across. It's all questionable. Nothing's really like set in stone, which makes it almost impossible to figure out what really happened here. And that's why I think it would have to be somebody in law enforcement, or who really, really knows the ropes when it comes to what they look for, because this person was good and they knew how to make, this all twisted up. They knew how to make it very difficult to trace back to the person who's responsible for this. It's just so mind-boggling of a case. It's not even funny. I don't know. I can't call it anymore. It's so hard to even say what happened to Nancy at this point. And they're not willing to share with the public whether or not that they've even determined the fact that they're sure. Everything's, I think. They think she may have this. They think she may have that. It's not really like a for certain thing. So I don't know. I don't know. This case is crazy. It's almost, it's incredible. It really is. Two minutes is a long time. I think so too. Well, no. When it comes to what? In between the time that the garage door opens and closes? I don't think so. Not when it comes to an elderly lady. And I've said this, I've shared my theory on this many a times. Not when it comes to an elderly lady getting in and out of a vehicle. Not only that, she walks very slow. It takes her a while to do anything, really. It just takes time. When you get people up, when you've worked in an environment like I work, it's not, you have to have patience with these people, because 2 minutes especially getting in and out of the car, that takes a while, man. And it just all depends on the mobilities that these people have. And if Nancy only could get to the mailbox on a good day, I don't think there's any way she would have been able to do that in 2 minutes. And being that she needed to get to the mailbox on a good day, she could only get to the mailbox on a good day. These type of people need assistance with transferring. So that means Tommaso would have had to get out of the car to assist Nancy, getting in and out of the vehicle, which takes time. That's a minute already, if not more. So I don't see it. And we don't really know if Nancy needed help getting in and out of the car or not. And that's the thing too, with the Uber, I would love to know if the Uber driver had to help Nancy get in the vehicle. How long did it take Nancy to get in the car when the Uber driver arrived? If this Uber driver would just come out and say something too, I think it would be helpful to land our plane on certain facts, just simply when it comes to Nancy's mobility. But this Uber driver, obviously, it's to me, it's no question at this point that they've put a gag order on this Uber driver not to come out and speak for whatever reason, which is very weird. I don't know. That's just so frustrating. It really is. But honestly, to me personally, this case is so crazy that I don't even know if I would respectably respect the gag order if it was put on me. I'd probably break the rules at this point. I'm not even going to lie. I'd probably break the rules. I don't know what I'd be looking at time-wise, you know, because I've never looked into what the consequences are when you know, disobey the law. But I'm just not buying it. You know, I don't know. Uber drivers gag for certain, right? But we can't assume that the Uber drivers was, you know, part of the cover up. If there's a cover up here, there's no way. That would be crazy. Imagine that. But no, I don't even want to put that in anybody's head. I doubt that. No car involved, dolly cart to the neighbors. But how do you use a dolly without leaving a trace? That just doesn't really make any sense. The only way would be is to use the street. There's no way you're leaving no tire marks behind, you know, the back of Nancy's house. Look at all that terrain back there. It's not. I don't think that's possible without going back and making sure you know, not only retrace your steps, but cover up all of these marks that are left behind. I don't see it. So to me, I could honestly say that there, you know, well, I don't know for sure, but I would assume that there's two people involved. If this person walked over to Nancy's and it was somebody that lives in the neighborhood, they could have walked through somebody's yard to get to Nancy's house. And whoever else may have been involved could have met them halfway by meeting them on Nancy's street somewhere. And, you know, at that point, once they removed Nancy, they, you know, obviously put her in a vehicle, and then went back to that location somewhere in the neighborhood. But I don't know. I just really question whether or not Nancy was even there that night. Now, the blood part of it, you know, the blood part of this thing, I wouldn't say, you know, that part was a staged part, but it's questionable because to me, I don't see how Nancy would just instantly start bleeding once they got to that doorstep. You know, why wouldn't she be bleeding inside of the home? Although we've never really ever been able to confirm whether or not that the blood was inside of the house as well. But my thing is, how does somebody start bleeding? Is the minute that they get to the porch, just all of a sudden, and, you know, not bleed anywhere in the house? It just doesn't make sense to me. So, and I think it's highly possible that blood could have been staged there. They could have taken blood from her and went back and did that. Or someone could have taken her blood. It's not hard to withdraw blood, you know, put it in something, and syringe it there on that porch. It's not very difficult. I think people think it's more difficult than it is, but I really don't think it would be all that difficult to, you know, withdraw blood from somebody and squirt it on that porch. I really don't. But, you know, maybe some things would point out that it was syringed, maybe, if perhaps that's something that really happened. But, I mean, this story is just so mind-boggling. It's really difficult to really try to, I don't even try to understand what happened anymore. I think that the goal for me is just simply finding Nancy, figuring out who took her and where they took her. Just those two things alone. Who took her and where did they take her? Figuring out if she's in the neighborhood, to me, is almost impossible at this point unless whoever was involved comes forward. I don't really know how they would even figure that out at this point, unless they have footage that we don't know about and they have that primary suspect or somebody who's primary that they're very interested in right now. Otherwise, this is probably going to end up going cold and they're never going to find this person who's responsible for taking Nancy. I don't know how they're going to be able to dig up that information without anybody that really knows the insides of this. And we're still waiting on the genealogy, although to me, I got to be honest, as I always am, and as I've always thought, I think this is going to come back to nothing. I don't think they have legitimate DNA to rely on. I don't. And what did they find? And why can't they tell us what they found if this is all true surrounding everything that they have told us? What did they find that they're, looking into DNA wise? Why does that have to be hidden? They told us about the hair. What's so distinctive about the other DNA that they're working a genealogy on? Is it hair too, or what is it? I've yet to hear what that is. Let's watch a little bit more of this this video with Daphne Case Files. Shout out to her putting this together, by the way.
If that one was definitely empty, or parked their car at the place, across from our dog neighbor. But if you remember, though, our neighbor here with the dog, he said he has cameras. Okay. And if he went outside with his dogs, he most likely went outside in this patio area here. I'm just taking a wild guess. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe he brought the dogs out front. And if you remember him saying that that you could see him on camera with the dogs outside.
That goes in an area sort of in the vicinity of the land behind Nancy's house. And one of the neighbors was telling me that she saw an FBI agent back in that area. I've been back behind Nancy's house, and at one point I got permission from one of the neighbors to go back there. There's a lot of open land behind her house, and it's kind of hard to describe unless you see it. I'm going to put some of this video up from when I was walking around back there, but you can walk around back there. I mean, it's a little treacherous because there's a lot of cactuses and there's rocks, but you can walk in between them and kind of get around. And even some of the neighbors have said to me that, when their kids were young, they would all run around back there and sneak around.
And what he just said, think about it. This guy had a bite light in. Okay. Looked like an LED bite light. He was using it to walk around in Nancy's foyer. He was using it to grab the brush. Okay. The foliage. So if he walked through this area with his head down, like he did in the foyer area when he was going to find the foliage, he could easily get through this part here to get to Nancy's.
I'm back there and get to each other's houses kind of through these back little pathways. It would be difficult at night. It's very, very dark, but it is interesting that it seems the FBI is once again looking and interested in that area behind Nancy's house. The possibility that they think whoever did this may have left through the back. We know those back doors were propped open from what we've been told. So before
this little clip from his video, and I'm going to show you exactly where this is on Google Earth.
To be back here, just so you guys know, I've kind of gotten to know a lot of the neighbors. So, and I'm not going to go. You see, there's these private property signs. So I'm obviously not going to cross onto Nancy's property, and I want to be respectful in that way. But this is, again, it's just kind of surreal to be back here because this is the closest that I mean, I've only seen it from the drone video, but this is the closest I've been able to get to Nancy's backyard. This is obviously her pool area here. You can see that these cameras were put up, which we saw in the drone. These cameras, I believe, are new since remember we saw people come and put cameras up after everything went down. So this is the pool side, and I think there's a gate over here, right down those steps right there.
Yes, there's a gate right over in this area where he could have entered right in here. Now let me show you exactly where this is. To Google Earth, okay, and Brian was exactly right here in this area here, okay, right in this area here. Let me show you. So this is updated Google Earth, and it's from right after Nancy was taken, February 15th, 2026. Okay, from the aerial footage here. So this area here, here's a gate over in this area. Okay. We keep going through this little side area here where he just showed you a gate. This is her bedroom. This is her area that is enclosed. They said there was an opening spot over here. I cannot tell because I'm looking at Google Earth, and the closer you get, it's kind of more blurrier. But this is where Nancy's bedroom is here. And you've got a sliding door on the left and then right here in the front. So 2 sliding doors here. Okay. And supposedly there's like an opening over in that area. But think about it. This guy, okay, he could see everything. He could see everything if he was staying or scoping out, squatting somewhere in this neighborhood. Could he have been squatting at the home where the media rented? Okay. Could he have been staying here at this home was for rent, now for sale? or this house that's been for sale for a very long time. Now, I could go in deeper and talk about the gray Dodge Ram that one of the neighbors caught on their security cameras the day that Nancy was
Still in the
taken that
cactus,
night.
yeah.
I believe it was over in here. And supposedly, I'm hearing that this camera wasn't
They
working.
didn't pay for the
Like something was
subscription.
wrong with it because this camera is on a gate right here. Okay. And just makes me wonder that this guy could have been like staying in one of these empty properties here. Show you this. This is actually from realtor.com itself. And this was back on March 20th, 2026. And this is around the time right after that the FBI was talking to the assessor. It says Nancy Guthrie investigators are asking about a vacant property near her home. Expert reveals how it may have been used in her disappearance. And goes on to say FBI agents who are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are reportedly looking into a vacant property in her neighborhood as the search for the 84-year-old nears the end of its 7th week. Well, now we're in our 6th month, okay? And they're still looking at this particular area. What does it tell you? It tells you that he had to have been talking about the perp, or the person who set this plan in motion had to have been posted up somewhere in this area. Some say, did Nancy even leave her neighborhood? Not a lot of proof for that, right? Investigators have been canvassing Nancy's neighborhood, speaking to neighbors, examining security footage from local dwellings, and interviewing anyone who may have had contact with her before she disappeared. Says News Nation, obviously Brian, who had been on the ground outside of her home for weeks, reported that local FBI agents may have turned their attention to another target, a property in Nancy's neighborhood that was vacated by its residents before her disappearance. What does this tell us? It all makes sense, okay? And what I'm about to show you with the assessor, this all adds up together. In my opinion, someone had been staying in Nancy's neighborhood, or maybe they're friends with the persons that were renting that particular home. Just my opinion. They're looking into that area. Something tells me something's up with that house. Now look at this. It says one of Nancy's neighbors, Aldine Meister, previously told Brian that she raised concerns about the vacant property in the neighborhood. I'll read you the short clip here. Now, this was after the fact. This goes on to say, just this past week, another high-profile Tucson official, Suzanne Droby, who is the head of the assessor's office, the person that basically has the details on homes in Nancy's area and so on, okay? Basically, she said that Sheriff Nanos scolded her. Droby confirmed in the interview that Nanos opposed working closely with the FBI.
So I think that lady in particular is the reason why Sheriff Nanos says that they didn't stop the FBI from getting in initially in the first place, because she's part of the FBI from what I heard. So maybe that's why he says that they never stopped. He never kept them out for 4 days. Yet he was so furious because somebody was giving that assessor information, which really made it very difficult for other people to focus on doing their task, because it seemed like it was a very irate situation that could have got out of hand. At least that's the way they described it. So,
well, as head of the assessor's office, that is the responsible. It's basically that is responsible for property records in Pima County. Droby said she told Nanos she sent documents to the FBI. So basically, she sent information pertaining to homes or home about who was staying there, who owns it, to the FBI. What does that tell you? Before I make this video too long.
no, actually, she wasn't working for the FBI. Okay, so yeah, so he did. What happened was that assessor working with Pima County was she was cooperating with the FBI request. And that's why Sheriff Nanos got so angry about it. The FBI asked the Pima County Assessor Office for the property-related data connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So the assessor, Suzanne Droby, if that's how you say her name, the staff sent the information to the FBI as requested. And then when she informed Sheriff Nanos, she said that he scolded her and he was frustrated and implied that she had created extra work for his department by giving the FBI more leads to follow, which is weird, very weird. She said that the tone was negative, scolding and made her feel like she had done something wrong by cooperating with federal agents. But that kind of goes to show and proves that Nanos did kept the FBI out as long as he could, until it became really noticeable at that point. And I think he had doubts in his mind that this assessor was going to put this information out there at some point in time. And that's the thing. That's what makes him dumb to me, is because all these people that he's, doing this stuff to, it's only a matter of time before somebody gives in and just explodes and shares this information. And Aaron Cross was definitely one of them. And I like what Jennifer brought up last night, because she said that we haven't even heard from Aaron Cross. What happened to Aaron Cross? I mean, not only that, he's got this guy working in an office, as Chris discovered on the interview room. He took him off the street because, he's, and you think about it, he's just keeping everybody that's a possible, that could put him at risk of maybe uncovering this thing or shedding light on some things that he's trying to keep on the down low. I don't know. And I think, Jennifer thinks that he's working with the FBI, but he's just kind of playing this role, to keep us all busy. And it could be possible. It could be possible. Not only that, it seems like this may have just been all handed over to the FBI and it's no longer in the sheriff's hands, which she brought to my attention yesterday. And that could very much be possible too at this point. But I mean, I've said this in the beginning, the FBI is the one who's driving this train anyway. So it doesn't really matter what he does. I mean, even if he's still in charge, in reality, the FBI is in charge. I mean, they're the ones who, has all the technology, the advanced technology. They're the ones who are going to be able to dig deeper into anything. So I mean, regardless, they're going to be in charge. But that's really weird. I mean, once we all learned that, I think it was kind of obvious at that point that he was trying to cover something up here.
I want to just go over everything.
Shouts Daphne Case Files. That was a great video too. I mean, I'm glad she did that. And she's great at digging up information and giving us little insight on certain things too.
That
I can't call it anymore. I really can't, guys. I don't know what to think here. Alex released those dispatch calls, as we heard a while back, from the that blue Malibu. He also took to his Facebook a gentleman. I don't know if this is the guy that oops, I don't want this to play here. Oh, it's gonna play anyways. Let's see if we can pull this up here. Yeah, probably get copyright all over again, huh? So I don't know if this is a guy. I know he was trying to figure out who may have been connected to the Blue Malibu. He posted a guy on here. I don't know if this is him. The person he's researched is a guy by the name of Kyle Drake, of Tucson. It looks like he lives here in Tucson, Arizona. But I don't know if this is a guy that was driving that Blue Malibu at all. And I didn't really take the time to read the whole post. But I think something caught his attention with that made it a little questionable for sure. Maybe we'll read that a bit and see what he might have dug up there. But he did make it clear to not harass, threaten, contact, dox, or interfere with this person. And this post is about identifying facts and questions. It's not declaring somebody's guilty. So as of right now, he's going to dig into the facts on that, and we'll see where we get with that. Super, is it Elder or Alder? She says, I would have been I would have had the whole backyard dug up and at the back behind. Oh, indeed. Indeed. And if I was Savannah or Annie, I would have been back there myself. But, you know, these guys don't like to come out and you know, and it's not easy for somebody like Savannah, but Annie and Tommaso, I mean, if they were out here in the beginning of time, and I think, you know, let's just assume this is a cover up. I think if they were actively out here in the beginning, just searching with everybody, I don't even think they would be the spotlight like that. You know, if they were a part of a cover up, I think to make the cover up look even better, I think that they would, you know, if they were out here, I think it would have made it even more difficult to say, hey, they are primary suspects. They might have something to do with this. I mean, the community is going to do what the community does. The world's going to do what the world does. But I think that would have definitely shook some things up in a better way for them, for sure. Had they been out here helping out and searching with everybody. And not only that, you know, just having certain little announcements here and there to the public in regards to the fact that they're still out here trying to find Nancy. But yeah, they've chosen to stay quiet, which it only raised more question to the public, although I don't know for sure that Annie and Tommaso are involved or not. I just think that it just makes it more weird that they don't speak. They've been the most quiet through this all, and so has Cameron. And I don't get that either. In all reality, too, if you really think about it, Savannah's been just as quiet. Savannah hasn't really said anything either. You know, I think all she said was she's really looking for her mom, that she doesn't want people making money off of this, that are not really trying to really find answers. And other than that, it was pretty much surrounding the same thing that she had said initially before. And one of those statements that she made was the fact that they're living in agony. Other than that, she, in reality, to me, has been just as quiet. She hasn't really said very much, and she, for dang sure, hasn't communicated with anybody in the public or through somebody to communicate with the public. So, in reality, you know, what has Savannah really done here that says that she's really trying to get out here or trying to look for her mom? Not get out here physically, but trying to do whatever she can to pull some strings here. I don't know. Now, I know a lot of people lean in the direction of the money part of the aspect because, you know, money does talk, but I can't say that money, you know, it doesn't do everything. It doesn't do its justice with everything. You know, you can't pull strings with everything when it comes to money here. Yesterday, somebody was saying that Savannah had given $2,500 in the beginning. Somebody had told me that wasn't true. I've still yet to figure that out. But I did hear rumors that Savannah was giving $2,500, you know, in the beginning of this case. And I don't know what that was about. I really haven't heard much insight on that at all. What's chat saying here? I didn't even chime in on chat. Yep, makes no sense unless they're capable of covering. I don't really see the backyard aspect of things. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not a big believer when it comes to them moving her physically. I do think that, you know, it's very much so possible that one man is highly capable of removing Nancy himself. However, I don't see them, you know, taking her through a backyard. I just don't see that being possible. There is an Airbnb that I was looking at that is behind the house. It looks like it's behind the house. How do you guys find the addresses on some of these Airbnbs? Because I was looking at the Airbnb here, and it's not even showing the address on one of these Airbnbs that I was even looking at behind Nancy's house. And I'll pull it up here on the screen here. But for this particular Airbnb here is, let's see here, I'll zoom in here. So that would be Nancy's house right here. And the Airbnb would be here. And when you look at some of these people's posts that they posted here, none of these posts are around the time that Nancy went missing, sharing, you know, their good comments about their stay. I don't really see much. This place has almost got a perfect rating. It looks like it may be a casita. Although we know it's not Nancy's casita, of course. It's just a 1-bedroom, 1 bath, 2 guests, right behind Nancy's house here. It's just right near Ganado. I don't think it's on Ganado, though. Maybe it's on this back loop down here in the back. Behind. I can't tell exactly where this house is at. I was trying to figure that out. Whether it's Ganado or it's, you know, because it almost looks like this house right here could be a casita in the back of the house. But on Nancy's over here, you can see her casita. It's right here. So where is this house? I don't even know where this house is exactly at. Like, what street would I go to get to this house? If you guys know, let me know. How do you look up the address on some of these Airbnb homes? I wanted to see if we could see the history on one of these houses here. But I can't even find the address to even do so. They don't even show the address. Do I got to rent the Airbnb to see the actual address? Hold on, let me reset this so you guys can see the actual Airbnb real quick here. Because it's not showing the whole thing and you guys won't be able to see it. Nope. Well, it's not even showing the front of the house anyways. So it's not like you guys are going to even be able to see that. So weird. I don't get that. Anyway, this is not even relevant right now. I just wanted to see where this house was at, to see if I'm familiar with this house in the neighborhood. But it's just, I just find it weird with some of these Airbnbs. Like she was pointing out the rent list that Daphne had pointed out. There's a really big gap, not only in the rent list, but it's questionable if one of these homes were even rented out at a point in time. Now, for the house on Ganado, I can't say. I don't really know that I've ever seen anybody at that house on Ganado. Any of the two, because there's 2 houses on Ganado that have been put up for rent. And I know this because that's the one street that I always walk down when we went on walks in Nancy's neighborhood. And they're both on the same side of the street. But I've yet to see that there's anybody that it looked like they, you know, that looked like they were renting or renting it out as an Airbnb. Now, whether or not it was ever an Airbnb for those houses on Ganado, I can't say. Also, I mean, I'd like to know from Mark the Shark which Airbnb he rented and how close it was to Nancy's, because, you know, it could be likely that the perpetrator did live in one of these homes and he did move out at a point in time. Only if, you know, this person lived in the neighborhood, which I find questionable when it comes to that too. I don't know. There is no address. Like literally there's no address on here. Let me look at chat real quick, see if chat knows. How do you find the address on these Airbnbs? Look at the date of the comments. Yeah, the date, even the date on the comments are not even. The latest one was April 2026. Anything prior to that, there's no history. Yeah, April 2026. Let me give you guys a better look here real quick. And then this is the small little. I mean, I can't even see the front of the house. It looks like it's a casita. Why does that look like the... There's a little road. No. Anyway, guys, this is not even relevant right now. I just wanted to see where this house was at. It's a lady by the name of Laura, which sounds very familiar to me. I'm trying to think of who Laura is. Laura. Who the heck is Laura? I can't remember. I think we've came across a lady by the name of Laura in the neighborhood. Who the heck is Laura? And they're referring to Laura So I'm assuming this is a casita, because when you look at the comments, they're referring to a casita in some of these comments here. Yeah, this casita is a welcome retreat after a long day of hiking and exploring. Yeah, it's a casita. It's not even a house. I don't know. We'll go back to that. I'll do some research on that later. But this is directly behind Nancy's house here. I can't tell if it's on Granado or it's on this little street here. But it also could be off of Miraval. Looks like it's closer to Granado than it is on. And I'm curious if this is. And that looks very close to. Hold on. It looks close to the one that Daphne was talking about, just not on the same side. Let me see what street Daphne was talking about. Yeah, Granado. But what specific house is she talking about, though? And she showed the rent list. Latest was April 28th, 2026. Listing removed. It was removed April 28th, 2026. Wow. And then these people that are talking about the house, which is the most recent, is on April 2026. So it's almost like this might be the same house that she may be talking about. I don't know. So this house that she's talking about may have been an Airbnb, or it might be up for Airbnb now, because it is. I did date it August 18th for booking to the 22nd. But it's just weird because there's even a big gap in between the time that these people stayed here from the time that Nancy went missing. There's not really much history. There's a lot of big gaps in the history, to be honest. I mean, they've even got something on here 13 years ago. No, it's not. Okay, that's different. He was talking about, or he's been on the Airbnb app for 13 years. Never mind. But there's still big gaps here. There's not really a consistent, rental review, which is irrelevant. Anywho, let's talk to chat real quick here. Mark rented a casita near Nancy's, but would not say where out of respect. Really? This has got to be it right here then. This has got to be the one. There's no other Airbnbs close to Nancy's house. I'll ask him. I mean, if he doesn't want me to share it, then I can't share it with you guys, obviously. But we'll just assume ourselves. That way we don't even have to ask him anyways. But this has got to be the one then. If Mark rented a casita, this is definitely the one. There's no other ones right near Nancy's that are available except for this one right here. And it's not showing the address, and that's bothering the crap out of me. I bet you I'll find this though if I just go look on the maps here. But it doesn't even show the number, guys. When you go to Nancy's, there's a block. It'll show, well, look, so it'll show the number. You see how Nancy says the number on the actual. Okay, so you go where the Airbnb is marked. It doesn't show the number there. And there's not even a house in the general area of where the Airbnb is marked, which doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. These two houses right here look like they've got a Airbnb, or excuse me, a casita, because I see these little it had a floor plan as Nancy's house, I think. User, I've been thinking the same thing, which okay. All right, let's go to Ganado real quick. Let's go maps real quick. It's got to be on Granado. Actually, hold on. What is this house right here? Let's go to 2240 East Camino, Ganado here. $22.40 East Camino. There it is right there. Nope, that's not it. No, we need this on maps, just real quick. We need maps. Okay. I need that floor view, that street view, excuse me. 2240. Okay. Now look, this street right here this is the alleyway. We're gonna go boom, boom. This is the alleyway right here that leads to Nancy's. Okay, now this has just got weird. So directly down, let's just make sure. Yep. So this is Escalante. Make sure I know where I'm at here. Yep. So clearly Escalante there. And this is going to be Nancy's house, which is just right down here. Did we pass Nancy's? Yeah, because we're already at Jim Folks' house here. So we already went right past Nancy's house that quick. That's how close it is. Yep. So this is Nancy's house right here. Oh, yeah, this is close. It's kind of weird. All right. I don't really think there's any, real quick, across the street on Granado, looking at these houses all across the street. So I'm not even interested in hardly any of these houses across the street because there's no guest house. But what I'm looking for, because it doesn't really show the street, the house from the street. But it does show the front of the house. So I'm really looking for something like this to kind of identify the casita here. All right, so back to Granado. Boom, right turn, right down the street. A little further. This is about the end of the road almost. Is that the alleyway? It's not the alleyway. Hold on. Where did it just take us? What the heck? Are we not on Granado? No, we don't want to be on Mena Vista. What in the what? No. Back to Granada. How do we get way down here? Okay. I think we're where we want to be here. Where's that alleyway here that leads to Nancy's? How do we get a sky view on this thing? Hold on. It took me back to Escalante. What in the world is going on here? I'm looking for 2240 because that's where I need to be. Okay, it's got to be further down. Right here. There we go. Boom. All right, so this is the alley that leads to Nancy's house here. I need a sky view here, though. How do we get up in the air here? I want to look at one of these houses here. Hold on, chat. How did we rotate back here? Nope, 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 nope. Man, I got to really learn how to use maps. This is terrible. Otherwise, I can't see the house to see the back of the house here. And it's not going to let me go to the alleyway, so I'm trying to get a sky view here. All right, I'm about to give up here in just a second because I could always do this a lot later. So it would either have to be nope, it's not this house either. How do we get a sky view? All right, we'll come back to this. I'll revisit this. I'll look into this later on here. Oh, there we go. It's not like it's going to show us, though. It's Camino. Where's that alleyway? And then this would be Nancy's right here. Where's that alley? That alley looks like it's too far. Yeah, so it would be right here. Right here. Which would take us right to Nancy's house. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So it's got to be one of these houses right here. And this is the 2241 that has the casita in the back. So this one's got a casita. This one looks like it's got a small casita, but I cannot tell which one it would be. So I'll have to look into this later to see where it's exactly at. But anyway, that doesn't matter, guys. We'll just continue here. But I just wanted to see which house, how close it was, if we're looking at the same house. I think this is also the house that Daphne's talking about that is on there for Airbnb listing as of today. And it might be that 2241 actually, to be honest. Otherwise, it's one of these two here, which is, I would assume it would have to be more so one of these two over here, because this alley that we just looked at right now leads to, you can get to Nancy's from that back way there. Well, actually it would be here at the 2240 entry right here. And they would have to travel through here, all the way through here, around, and here. I don't see any other entry points that lead to that alley, though. Besides down here. Man, why didn't we look at these houses sooner? You never know what these people are capable of doing or using. But anyways, we'll look more into this later. I just wanted to see where that house was at. I don't even want to take too much more time looking at whatever that crap is. Although I still am questionable. It's still questionable to me, even if this person is in the neighborhood at all. And if they are, I think Daphne was hinting the fact that these people could have moved out already. I think it's possible somebody could have rented it just for the kidnapping reason. But I'm not somebody who believes that Nancy was taken by somebody in the neighborhood. I think I hear that a lot, though. A lot of people believe somebody in the neighborhood took Nancy. I truly don't think so. But it's possible at this point. because of the fact that we weren't able to get a vehicle. I think that's what leads people to believe more so that, she was never taken out of that neighborhood. But I can't call it. I really can't. And at this point, like I've been saying, it's just going to take for somebody to just simply come forward at this point here. It's like doing a puzzle. I know. I don't even think it's worth it because it's not going to get us anywhere. No one's saying anything in the neighborhood. Some of these people don't even want us there. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I really don't. What I'm hoping is this person that sent this ransom note, and I think whoever did the video is two different people from the person that did the ransom note. But what I'm really hoping is that this is legitimate, the fact that Nancy was declared dead. But I'm also so anyway, yeah, what I'm hoping is this person that did the ransom, I hope that this, whoever declared the fact that she was, or whoever discovered this information, which was the Bill guy, the one that Jennifer had just spoken to, has dug up that information, and it turns out that this person, or that, she's been declared dead as of May 2nd, I believe. I'm just hoping that this information comes back as legitimate information. And I truly think that could really spark some things, because if he proves that this is true, then what is law enforcement going to say? Are they going to be forced to speak to the public? And I'm only assuming that because when the reporter Brianna put out the ransom note, they were like, it was almost like they were also forced to, just give it to the public because she held back from doing so. I'm surprised that she wasn't, she didn't get in trouble or anything like that. So it's funny because she released it to the public before anybody. Harvey was saying he didn't want to release it to the public in the beginning, but why not? I mean, he obviously wouldn't have gotten in trouble if Brianna didn't get any consequences from her releasing that ransom note to the public. But again, once she released it, then what was it? Within like a week, days, they came out and they shared that ransom note with the public. So if we're able to determine whether or not for sure Nancy was declared dead, are they going to confirm that on their end? Although we probably wouldn't even need them to anyway, but I'm just saying. It's almost like we're doing the investigation work for these people sometimes. And it's almost like the more we keep digging at this, the more they're going to be forced to share information with us. I guess we got to just continue doing that, I guess. I don't know. And they don't have to for sake of the case. I mean, they don't need to share everything with us. But I think if the public's going to be of help, they got to tell us more. And I think that's what's mostly frustrating with this case, is because they're not giving us enough information for us to really understand things. And I think if they would give us a certain information, then we wouldn't be speculating some of these things, like the fact that, she was taken out of her house, whether or not she was taken on this or that day. It seems like they don't even know themselves, to be quite honest. We can't even get anybody to understand the ransom note. Who are y'all talking about in the chat? Laura. At Laura. Oh, okay. I was like, we just talked about a Laura that had that Airbnb. DJ says, and who benefits from that? I don't know. I don't know who benefits from any of this because, you know, I don't think anybody considers the fact that if they're all considered, let's just say Nancy put everybody in the will and everybody is now taking part of ownership in Nancy's house because she's no longer with us, then that would prevent Annie and Tommaso from preventing from this house being sold, because they would have to divide whatever they sell this house for up in between all of the people who are on the deed or in Nancy's will. I don't know, you know, who is responsible for all of this stuff now that Nancy's no longer with us. You know, did she put all of her children, you know, in her will when it comes to, you know, her belongings or the things that she owns, whatever? I mean, are these people or are these children of hers all going to take you know, do they all like split the house? Like, are they all owners of the house at this point? Or does this house just simply go to Annie, or does it just go to Savannah? I don't know how that's going to all play out if they sell the house. But I'm just saying, if that's the case, then no one's really going to benefit much from this, because they're not going to get too much money if they have to divide it amongst, you know, their siblings. So what would they benefit besides them getting a new home? But I mean, I think we all have to keep in mind that Annie and Tommaso have just recently bought a home. So them getting Nancy's home, besides them renting it out, if they're the only owners, would be the only thing that I could assume that would be beneficial to them. I mean, but there's numerous ways to make money off a home, as we just saw right now. I mean, we got people renting out their casitas, so they could rent out their home or Nancy's home, and they could also rent out the casita. I mean, there you go right there. That's a little bit of some income right there. But is it really that deep to get a little bit of income? I don't know. I just don't see, you know, it benefiting them. But maybe there was something that could benefit someone else, you know, and I don't know. I'm upside down with this right now. I'm really upside down. That is why Sheriff Nano said he was there last night. I don't think anyone would want to live there. I agree. And it doesn't really seem like any of these Airbnbs are being rented right now very often. And I think that could all play part in, you know, what happened in this neighborhood, why people probably wouldn't even want to go rent a casita in this neighborhood either. There are multiple Airbnbs, you know, in the Catalina foothills, but there's not many surrounding Nancy's, at least from what I saw looking on the Airbnb site here. Savannah is completely phony. Sorry. No, I mean, I can't argue with people's thoughts. I mean, I think people are getting really impatient with this case. I mean, but we do got to keep in mind there are cases that take years, guys. I mean, it's not like this is just going to all unfold right away. I mean, this is one of those cases that are going to take, I think, an extremely amount of time to really get to the bottom of all of this. Just that's right. You guys have to talk louder, and all of us, or all of you, to keep pressure on them to give out more info or force to continue to find the answers. Indeed. Her money is helping to find Nancy at this point. Nancy is dead. I agree with the fact that she's dead, but I don't really think Savannah's doing anything with her money to find Nancy, but I can't say. All I could do is say I don't think she is. YG says 2215 Camino El Ganado, walk across the street behind 2210. He must have been talking about when I pulled up that map. We all know procedures were not followed through. Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Did I miss something? When did Savannah say that about streamers? Just recently. What? Pertaining to what exactly, though? Lauren says, I don't see, she don't see the family doing anything to find Nancy. And if it is, they're not showing that to the world, and they definitely don't care about what we think, or what we're trying to assist. And they don't have to care about what we think. So excuse me for saying that. But I mean, I think they should care the fact that we are really, we really want to help, find answers for them. Raining like Yale in Tucson? Yeah, it is. It's been raining nonstop. Somebody said something in chat right now, and I wanted to do a quick poll real quick. Everyone talks about not wanting that house. You got any idea how people have passed all over this country since the beginning of time? Indeed, there were so many people coming out here just to see the house. It ain't the dead you got to worry about. It's the living. Good point. Good point. And remember, the purpose still out there. Somebody said something. I wanted to do a poll on it too. Dang it. My opinion says life insurance. Being declared deceased. It's okay. So I want to shift here in just a second here and cover some NOLAN WELLS here. There's been some interesting trending things with the NOLAN WELLS case. If you guys want, we could pull up the map and we could go back over to see if we could find that Airbnb. But also we could save it for another later time. We don't have to go looking at these Airbnbs right now. It's not really important, I guess. It's not like we're going to really dig up any legitimate information. Looking at some of these Airbnbs here anyways. I was just kind of curious to know, what specific house it may have been that, Mark was staying in on Ganado. However, it's difficult to even, look at the actual house because you can't walk on the actual ground when you're looking at the map. So, I mean, I would have to really be out there to see for myself. And it's not like I could walk behind these houses anyways. Is it a social media map? Lauren Brown says, Savannah said in her last video, they've done their part. We don't see what they've done. Agreed. We paid $500,000 to missing and exploited children. Yeah, interesting since the Epstein crap. That was interesting. Yeah. But yeah, has nothing. Her $500,000 to some type of kid's place or helping children, that's great, but that has nothing to do with Nancy. That's what's crazy. I'm sure they paid the pesky scammer the Bitcoin. Really? No, I don't think so, because they would have came out with, I mean, they would have said that, I think. Why cover that up? What logical reason would they do that? What would be the real reason to cover something like that up? Perhaps they did pay the money and they're just trying to keep the public from knowing that they did. If Savannah ain't looking for her mom or doing nothing, well, I'm over it. I mean, really, be honest. I mean, what is she doing to be effective looking for her mom besides reaching out to the public? Pretty much saying the same old thing. Sugarcoating stuff, really. 'Cause nothing's really straightforward. I tend to believe they're real. That's a doubtful statement. She's talking about the streamers. She, of course, and no one would probably do it anyway, but, well, I think people would, actually. She's not specifically saying what she's talking about when it comes to the streamers. I mean, what is she doing to really be effective here when it comes to looking for her mother? I'm going to pull this back up real quick here. Why is it showing a picture? Let me pull up chat. Are the perpetrators connected to the children place where SG donated the money? Good question. I doubt it, but I don't, you never know. JLR made it back. That's great. I love him being in here. He said he was in Arizona earlier. He should have been here by now. Where is JLR? Court tomorrow, guys. We're in session tomorrow. We'll see how things play out. I can't wait to see the outcome tomorrow. Wish me the best. I hope this court process follows through in the way that I want it to, which is dismiss with prejudice, not without. I'm not giving these people an opportunity whatsoever to put this, to bring this court stuff back up in any way. And again, I am going to make sure we know what the conditions are moving forward. I will make sure of that. My last condition had no condition. So, it is the same judge, so she's going to be able to answer for both situations what the conditions of release are. What are the conditions that I have moving forward? Can I go back to the neighborhood? Will I be arrested if I go back to the neighborhood? What's the stand? And maybe I need to reach out to the sheriff department too to see what they're looking for in this neighborhood. Perhaps there are streamers out and about at Nancy's or out in front of Nancy's. What is are they still doing the same thing? Besides the no parking rule, what are they doing? Like what are they still arresting people? This is 2245 and that's the end of the road. I don't think any of these houses on this side of the street have any guest house. I'm gonna go back to the road here. Why doesn't it let me go back to the street view? Where is the street view anyway? Satellite street view. I'm clicking on street view and it's not working. These broken computers, I tell you. No, I'm joking. My computer's not broke, but still. This is 2230. Ganado. Why can't we go into the yard? That's what sucks. You could zoom in on the yard, but you can't actually go into the actual yard. That just bothers me. No, it doesn't let you go in the yard at all. And this is the house at the end of the street almost here. It's like the second to last house. What is this house here? Yeah, this is 2240. I think it's this house right here that has the casita. And if it's not, it's one of these two over here. It's 2230. And there's really no alleyway from here, so I think it has to be one of these two houses here. Man, it's storming like crazy out there. All right, let's shift over to Nolan Wells. We got to talk about some Nolan Wells here, guys. I mean, Nolan Wells, this case has been crazy. If you can't take the heat, you might want to get out the kitchen because it might get a little, you know, we got to have some tough conversations, and Nolan Wells' case has been one of them. So just warning you now, there's some topics we have to cover just to remind everybody, y'all, we are, you know, covering this case at all angles, and we're not choosing any sides at all as of today. You know, I'm not biased when it comes to choosing anybody's side here in this case. When it comes to the mom, when it comes to the boys, when it comes to the lawyer, none of that. But I am going to ask some questions that people may find rude or disrespectful. However, again, you know, when it comes to, you know, investigators investigating things, they have to look at all angles. And, you know, I'm no investigator, but I do have to kind of understand their perception when they have to, you know, view certain things in all aspects of an investigation. So with that being said, I want to talk about that phone incident that has been surfacing like crazy. Apparently, the mom has not given up the phone. And we were talking about this yesterday. I had shared a document that, let me see if I can find this document here. And thanks to Ali, because Ali's the one who sent me this document. Hold on, folks. Oh, this is not even the right page. Bear with me. Do I even have the document anymore? My goodness. Oh, I think this is it here. So Lemon talked about this today as well, and so did Mr. Brandon Tatum, and he talked about the document. I think, let me see if I can find the video. I thought I had it all ready, man. I'm not prepared right now. I was too busy locked in on By the way, Nancy Grace had spoke to the lawyer that's representing Bart, and I think the lawyer, no, I don't think it was the one that was representing Bart. The one that was representing Warren Seymour and the other boy, I can't remember his name. But the lawyer went on the Nancy Grace show. I can't wait to watch that video because I haven't watched it yet. I was waiting to get on stream and watch it. This lawyer's been talking, man. I think he's talking too much, to be honest. But he seems very confident representing these boys, and that's what you want from a lawyer. And the fact that he's been so talkative, I mean, I think it's built up a lot of confidence amongst these boys to But let's talk some Nolan Wells, man. Let's see where we stand with all the folks based on what they think with the Nolan Wells case here. Also, this is the document here, and we'll read it one more time here for those of you guys that maybe weren't here yesterday here. There has been a lot of rumors going around that the mother has refused to give up the phone. Now, from what I know, from everything that I've read, the mother has complied with everything, when it comes to the phone here. Where the claim had originally started was I believe it was an attorney by the name of Tyler Cox. So he represented the teens, Warren Huxon, Jax, and then it was Morgan Seymour. He went on a podcast and he said he was willing to bet his reputation. This was Brandon Tatum's podcast. He said the Wells family did not return over Nolan's phone. He said and that statement was, what triggered the online narrative that the mother refused to hand it over. And the family's attorney actually said that the Wells family legal team, including Ben Crump and Ahmad R. Smith, immediately pushed back, saying the opposite. They said they have, they've been ready and willing to cooperate. They also mentioned that with the joint forensic inspection of the phone, that they've been willing to cooperate. They reaffirmed in writing that their position has not changed, and they're prepared to coordinate a date for examination. So ABC News also reported the family agreed to a mutual inspection with the DA's office and law enforcement. So the official record shows cooperation, not refusal. It says, people think she refused because of the three misunderstandings here. And I'm going to name them here. It says the phone went home with the friends, not with Nolan. So his friends took the phone off Horn Island and returned it to mainland. Then the mother retrieved it later. That alone created suspicion and confusion online. So, number two, the mother looked through the phone first. She said that the phone deleted Snapchat was the phone she found deleted Snapchat messages and believed someone tampered with it. This made people assume she was hiding the phone, even though families commonly review a deceased child's phone before handing it over. Another thing. Trying to find a picture here. Well, it doesn't matter. So three here. So the Cox statement that was repeated across social media without context, making it sound like a confirmed fact. The family did retrieve the phone from a friend's house. Warren Hudson says the phone was handed over intact without anyone assessing it. The family agreed to a joint forensic inspection with DA and law enforcement. The family subpoenaed 6 platforms, which was Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp, Life360, to reconstruct Nolan's digital timeline, which is the opposite of hiding evidence, so they say. So, with that being said, I'll go over the document one more time, and then we'll play this video here. I think the mother gave the phone up. I think they've been compliant with everything when it comes to anything that investigators have asked here. And I think it's the internet who has spun things around as usual. And a lot of the people think that she hasn't given up the phone, but I could be wrong. So anyway, I'll start from that third paragraph. It says, our position is not changed. It says, we are prepared to coordinate a mutual agreeable date and procedure for examination of the phone accordingly to the extent there has been any suggestion that we have been unwillingly or have failed to cooperate with the investigation. We want to make clear that this is not the case. It says, you also previously indicated that Dr. Mitchell would be provided an opportunity to review materials necessary for him to complete his autopsy review. We remain prepared to facilitate that process. It says, please provide us with available dates and times, Dr. Mitchell, to review those materials along with any instructions necessary to arrange his access. We would like to move both these matters forward promptly and remain available to coordinate with your office. What gets me is why this is all even playing out in the first place. I don't understand why this is even coming about. It kind of bothers me because why would they even need to address this, or why would this even need to be? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I think that, if they have given the phone up, there's no need to even address it. The fact that they're complying will all come out later on down the line. I don't really think, sharing this with the public is even necessary at this point. The public's going to spin things around regardless, especially people on YouTube and on all these platforms who are just misinforming people by just throwing information out there in the first place. So regardless, if she's compliant, she's compliant. If she's not, she's not. At the end of the day, it's all going to come to light. But the rumor says she hasn't been complying when it comes to the phone for whatever reason. Listen to what Tatum had to say here.
Representing the Wells Wansley family. Here it is.
Was Nolan Wells, were there messages missing out of his?
Let me put the context here. So Don Lemon played a clip of the boys' lawyers, Tyler Cox and Ed Pausick. They did an interview on somebody's show on Sirius Radio, and they gave some answers to some of the questions that I think everybody should still be questioning at this point. And it's going to blow your mind at the reality that the family have not turned over Nolan's phone to investigators. That means a month into this, accusations of a crime will never be investigated because they will not turn it over to law enforcement. How are you going to present this to a grand jury and you claim that there's evidence of impropriety, criminal activity, tampering with evidence, deleting things from a phone is a crime? And the family is saying, and the family attorney is saying there's a crime that's committed, but they're unwilling to send the information to investigators to investigate, to make arrests in this case. It is blowing my mind. So Don Lemon addressed that. Roll it.
Phone. And the second thing is
Absolutely
photos
not.
have come out. Yeah, they're saying that there were messages missing off of his phone. His phone was wiped. And another thing, there's pictures of, like with the modern day with people with cell phones and social media, there's pictures with adults on that boat. There, in one of the adults there even
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize we were muted there. I was replying to a comment here. I had paused to reply to a comment here. And I think that was... I am muted. How long was I muted? Jesus Christ, dude. Gotta stop muting here. So my thing is, I don't think, you know, what's weird to me is, from what we're hearing here, it sounds like that Nolan didn't even ride into Horn Island with Warren. I don't understand why Warren hasn't really said who he's rode with into Horn Island with. And I feel like whoever he rode in with is more responsible for him going back. Even though whoever is Nolan's friend is responsible for him getting home, period. But why hasn't it's like there's almost like a, not just a cover up, but it's almost like they're afraid to point the finger at anybody. You know, the only person that they seem to point the finger at is Katie. But not necessarily. They've just said, well, look, he stayed behind with Katie. They're not really saying, you know, who he was supposed to ride with, if they even talked about him getting a ride back with anybody. And I think normally you would have a conversation with somebody and say, look, yeah, I'm going to catch a ride with so-and-so. Not even a conversation. You'll just say, hey, yeah, no, I'm going to catch a ride with Paul. Yeah, he'll be my ride back or whatever. You know, and I don't think, personally, I don't know, people are getting frustrated with me when I say this, but I don't think he was honest about a lot of things. But I just don't think he was honest when he said that he was telling Warren, hey, get on the boat. Like, let's go, get on the boat. Mind you, when he mentioned that, he never said what Nolan said in return. When he told Nolan to get on the boat, remember, in the first interview, he said, Nolan, get on the boat. Like, he said he told him 5 times. That's pretty much all he said. He told him like 3-4 times, or however many times he said he told him to get on the boat. But why did he tell us what Nolan said when he demanded that he get on the boat? What did Nolan tell him? What did he say? You know what I'm saying? All he said was Nolan was supposed to stay with Katie. I don't know. I just find that weird. But let's get back to this phone situation real quick here. I'll make sure I keep the mic on.
Just saying, it's like an affluent crowd, judge, businessman. They were saying it's just kids, but they're adults there.
Right, but here's the thing that they're saying. I don't know who the they is, but go ahead. Tyler, you want to take this one? Or
yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I saw a headline a few weeks back that said Ben Crump and the family is going to allow the Jackson County Sheriff's Office access to Nolan's phone. You know what I never heard? I never heard.
Pause. Nolan said he was going to stay with the girl. Yeah, he said he was going to stay. He claimed that Nolan was going to stay with the girl, but he's never explained. Look, when you have a conversation with somebody, or when you're demanding somebody getting on the boat, you're going to be able to describe their demeanor. You're going to be able to describe how somebody acted. You know, when they said, "Hey, get on the boat. Like, let's go. Let's get out of here." Like, you're going to be able to explain every single part of that situation that took place. He doesn't really say much. He doesn't really give us much when he says that. And it doesn't really come off as an honest answer to me, because there wasn't really much details when he demanded that he get on the boat with them. Like, what did he tell Nolan when he left, when they got out of there? Like, normally somebody would be like, all right, well, man, I just hope you find a ride. Like, I don't want you to get stuck out here. Like, you know, there's like some things that people say to try to convince somebody to come with them. Like, he didn't really say anything. Like, what did he really say to try to convince his friend, like, let's get out of here, besides get on the boat? I don't know really what he really said.
Him follow through with that. I have reason to believe, and I do believe, that they have not cooperated with law enforcement. I do not think that they have turned in Nolan's phone. And I'm willing to bet my reputation on that. I don't think they've cooperated at all. They do not have Nolan's phone. They haven't had access to Nolan's phone, the Jackson County.
Pause real quick here. Okay. The lawyer, I don't know if he's right or wrong as far as cooperating with the phone real quick, but one thing I could say about the parents cooperating or not is if they were cooperative, and I don't know if you consider this as somebody cooperating or not, but if they were cooperative, and I guess I'd have to ask you guys this question. She's demanding that they get that this is handled like anybody else's case be handled here. They did their own additional autopsy. They did an independent autopsy. They're taking things upon themselves to do, as in, it seems like they're kind of doing their own investigation on top of the investigation that's going on. So considering that she's demanding things, it almost seems like there's some conflict there. Like there's a bit of not only some doubt in the work of investigators, but there's a little bit of, how can I put it in words? She's kind of, I don't know how to put it in words, but it almost seems like they're not willing to comply with everything because they don't believe in the system. They don't think that these guys are doing the necessary work that they need to do. I'm sensing a little bit of some pushback here. I'm sensing a little bit of the fact that the mother may or may not be, that she may not be cooperative with everything because she doesn't trust their work. So the question that I'm asking is, if you didn't believe that the investigators were going to do what they needed to do to help you bring justice to your, whatever happens to your son, or just give you the answers that you're looking for, or just give you answers, period, would you comply? Would you be compliant if you felt like they weren't doing what they needed to be doing? Personally, I wouldn't be compliant with everything if I felt like they weren't doing everything that they needed to be doing. Just saying. I mean, there's people who take things upon themselves when they feel like people aren't doing their part. It's just like you being dealt with wrong in a store. Well, I'm just going to go somewhere else. I'm going to go deal with them. They treat me better over there. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if that's the best example, but I don't know that the mom is complying with everything because she's already doubting the work of the investigators, because she's already putting out there that they're not handling this in the way that they should. And this is the reason why people are feeling like there's a sense of race inserted into the situation, because they've implied that pretty much if this was someone else, that it would have been dealt with differently. And I think when they're referring to someone else, they're talking about a white boy. What other reason would they think that this isn't being handled in the appropriate way that it should, besides race? And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that's the reason why, people are getting the wrong impressions here. Just saying.
The sheriff's department hasn't. So how can you say that there's text missing or there's photographs missing? Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back to Christine and her friends later that night. So anything about missing text messages or Snapchats is completely false.
Edward, go ahead.
I'll just add something. And again, this is why you have to
hold on, Andy. So just so folks are asking what we're listening to, and again, I explained in the beginning. If you're not here in the beginning, you probably didn't know. This is an interview with the attorneys for the boys on Dan Abrams' Sirius XM show, and they are saying that the family has not turned over the phone, Nolan Wells' phone, and they are saying that to their knowledge, and that there were not any missing text messages or anything that was wiped or scrubbed. That's what they are saying. So this is the letter.
So now he has to eat crow, in part, because they've been blasting and saying this stuff all over the media, putting these boys in a negative position because they either don't do enough research or they have not spoken to anybody else but their echo chamber intentionally, and so they don't have the information out there, so they're giving or giving their audience the impression that there's some legitimacy to stuff being deleted. And then they wonder why people are coming after the family to a certain degree, because you're like, well, wait a minute. I thought you want justice. Now, to prove the point beyond a reasonable doubt, which is not the burden in this case, but it's not the burden at this point, because this is not even a criminal investigation.
Hold on, pause. Justice, I debunked that yesterday. She didn't make it about race when she posted them online. All she did, what would you do if you're looking for your son? And the last picture of your son is with 3 white boys. I showed the picture. I showed the post yesterday. And that post didn't say anything whatsoever about race at all. They didn't really even say that she did that necessarily. They said that it became it became controversial once she made that post because she posted their pictures online. But what other picture besides you sharing a description would she have had besides that one picture that they took together on the boat? So it's understandable why she posted the picture. She was misled in the beginning. Supposedly they told her that he had on black shorts. And then later she learned that he had on blue shorts. But I did the research on that by looking at her post on Facebook. And she already knew that he had on blue shorts because her first post was that he had on blue shorts. But then she came back out later and she said that, she was misled, although she had just posted before that he had on blue shorts. So it didn't really make sense to me at all. But I never saw anything about race. Now, I'm not saying she could have deleted the post, though. I mean, it is possible that she made a post and then deleted it. But I think someone would have been able to repost that by now. But if you only have a picture of your son with 3 white boys, the best description is a picture, not just stating it, in writing that this is what he last had on. It'd be much easier for people to track somebody down if they have a picture versus you giving a description.
Are realizing is that Don Lemon had to come on and then read the letter from NOLAN WELLS family representative regarding the fact that they have not given over the phone to investigators. Roll that clip.
From the attorneys who are representing the family. It says, please be advised that A.R. Smith Law PLLC has been retained to serve as a local counsel for the estate and family of NOLAN WELLS. Moving forward, I will be working alongside the legal team at the Ben Crump, and he goes on to say that. And it says, as the legal team has stated previously, including during our in-person meeting with Wells family and counsel, we have been and remain ready and willing to cooperate, arranging a joint forensics inspection of NOLAN WELLS' personal cell phone. During that meeting, we specifically discussed having an examination conducted through the digital forensics lab at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, as well as the possibility of FBI involvement in that process. Our position has not changed. We are prepared to coordinate a mutually agreeable date and procedure for the examination of the phone. Accordingly, to the extent there has been any suggestion that we have been unwilling to have or have failed to cooperate with the investigation, we want to make clear that this is not the case. You also previously indicated that Dr. Mitchell would be provided an opportunity to review the materials necessary for him to complete an autopsy review. We remain prepared to facilitate that process. Please provide us with available dates and times for Dr. Mitchell to review those materials, along with any instructions necessary to arrange his access. We would like to move both of these matters forward promptly and remain available to coordinate with your office. Very truly yours, Ahmed R. Smith, which is A.R. Smith, Attorneys LLC. Okay, thank you for that.
Right, enough. I just want y'all to hear Don Lemon say it. Yeah, I just want y'all to hear Don Lemon read He played the interview with the boys' lawyers, and he had to read the document that was sent out on the 11th, which was yesterday. If you're watching this on the 12th, it was yesterday. They sent out a letter, I think late in the evening, about the fact that they have not given over the phone. Now, let's put this in perspective real quick. It's not an excuse to say, well, we don't trust the justice system to give his phone to them to do a forensic investigation.
I just said that.
What you're saying is that you're not willing to accept anything that they're going to say. This is par for the course, in my opinion, with Benjamin Crump. No criminal justice, only payouts and money grab. It appears to me that they only want lawsuits against these boys, wrongful death suits, and money. It's not finding out what happened to Nolan. The first thing, this is my opinion, the first thing I would do, because I have no evidence that the current government in place in Mississippi that's doing the investigation in this county has shown the level of impropriety that I cannot trust them to do a basic investigation. Now, they do the investigation and they do something nefarious. The federal government can do oversight and investigate them if they've done something you believe that is untoward. Why would you not let them investigate the phone so they can determine something was deleted so they can go and arrest people for obstruction of evidence? I know why. I'm just trying to get y'all up to speed. Now, this is the thing that disappointed me probably the most.
Real quick, just to elaborate on what he said, I've been saying this here. If it comes out, because this is all when it's all going to come to light. And I told y'all I'm investigating this at all angles here. I'm taking nobody's side. I don't care if the boys are being criticized and their life is miserable. I care about that too. But I mean, I can't care on from an investigative angle, of course, because we gotta try to figure this out. We got to figure out what's really going on here. So if there's if I have all this empathy, then I have to refrain from trying to really understand what's really going on here. Now I get the mom's grieving and all of this stuff too, which I understand all of that too. But I still have to ask the hard questions. And that question would be, are you really trying to figure out and get to the bottom of this, or do you just want money out of the situation? As he's saying, if it comes to light, because I'm going to wait for this to all get done before I start just saying, hey, well, she just wants money. I'm not going to just say that. I'm not going to say, well, these boys are guilty if I don't know if they're guilty or not either. But I am going to question whether or not they're lying. I'm going to question whether or not, and I have. Whether or not the boys are lying, I've questioned whether or not the mom is lying. But if it comes out that the mom is just doing this for money, that's going to make us look awful. And I do have some doubts that she could have inserted race somehow, some way, because of what's occurring here. Due to the fact that she does not trust she doesn't trust the system. And a lot of times with African Americans, when they don't trust the system, it's because it's a race thing. It has to do with the way black people have been dealt with. And we all know, based on covering this case here, that Mississippi has, they have race issues out there. So with that being said, and knowing that, she being aware of that, of course you're not going to trust the system. Of course you're going to do things on your own. Of course you may refuse to do certain things if you don't trust the system. So it's not going to surprise me if it is proven later that she has not been willing to give up the phone. But here's the thing for me. I'm not going to believe anybody. I'm not going to believe Tatum that it's true. She's not willing to give up the phone. I'm not going to believe that statement that we just read. I'm going to believe it when law enforcement confirms it. And that's the only thing for me that's going to, say, hey, well, yeah, I think that this is true. Now, I doubt that it's true. I'm doubting the fact that it is not true because of the fact that she doesn't trust the system. Let's continue here real quick.
Out of this garbage show and interview is the guy from TMZ. Put him on the camera. Why y'all got to be fake all the time? We have been working with TMZ. I've done an interview with TMZ. We've leaked stuff to TMZ. They've used our materials on their platform to dispel lies. But all of a sudden, they can't say my name. But you can take our evidence and present it
Wow.
in authenticated way to disprove people who are lying on y'all with our evidence. I was wondering why TMZ didn't interview me on the main interview. They don't want truth to be out there. They want to continue to push a narrative because it's lucrative, ladies and gentlemen. It's lucrative. You know how much money I will be making if we drew this out? My team know this. If we drew it out, we waited for every little thing to come out and go, up, breaking news. We don't know what's going on. Wow, a new video have emerged. We don't do that because the video is not consequential and it's a video that have been resurfaced 6 times already. But they will report on it 6 separate times to push an agenda because it's money in this, y'all. And it's the reason why I believe the family can't trust every outlet to put the content out there in a fair way so that boys cannot be victimized anymore. Let's play the first clip of this fool. And now I think I call him a fool. Oh, well, we don't want to mention his name. All right, roll it.
What do you make of this?
I mean, it sounds like the family, I think you nailed it, saying that they're willing to work with the authorities, but they don't trust the authorities. And what I heard, the key thing there is they said they're willing to do a joint forensic examination of the phone.
Willing. That's the key. They're willing to work. That means that they're not going to work with them, but they are willing to do it. That's exactly what that means. They're not going to for sure work with them, but they're willing to do it. And it sounds like the but part of it is, or if part of it is a if when it comes to certain things. What that is, I couldn't tell you, but it doesn't seem like they are for sure, for certain that they're going to work with them in all regards. Whatever they need, it doesn't seem like they're willing to do that. So we'll see. Like I said, it's all going to come to light eventually.
It does sound like they have been holding onto the phone. They don't want to give it to the authorities and let them and leave it to their device, to them to do their process without having their own investigator there at the same time. So it sounds like, basically what they're saying is we'll hand over the phone, but we're going to send our forensic investigator too, and they will sit there with your investigators and go through the phone.
Time out. Let me tell you why they're wrong, and they know nothing about police. I think he's talking out of his you-know-what. If they have a forensic investigator, which they don't, because their forensic investigator can do a forensic audit on the phone himself and present the findings to the world. What they're saying is they want somebody with the police department while they conduct a forensic investigation. Now, the type of precedent that they are seeking to establish is completely asinine. So every single person.
By the way, Justice, I got to pause real quick here. I mean, this is so good. I'm sorry, I got to stop it. But Justice said in the comment section that it's like Christine and her mob are hiding right now. They are not debunking anything. They don't want the truth to come out. Tatum is right. It's all about money for the hate creators, if you call them creators. Now, I can't agree with the entire comment, but the first beginning of it, I think that they right now they're flying under the radar for some reason. I can't tell you why, but they've been very quiet on Facebook. I've been actively every day looking on Facebook to see if she's had any new posts. I haven't really seen any posts, I think, till since the 6th of August, I want to say. And just real quick, I wanted to say something too here. Because I was looking through the page and I haven't yet to take the time out to look at some of the comments. But I think one thing a lot of people don't know is one of the statements she put on Facebook. She said, Nolan has not been found. His father and I have his cell phone. His mom got the cell phone, for the person that was asking who got the phone. She said, I have his cell phone. So for friends who are seeing his location, it's because we have it. It's she says, I have his cell phone. So for friends who are seeing his location, it's because we have it. Katie has contacted me. We are currently at Horn Island. We are looking for any information other than what we already know. Please DM me if you have any additional information. And I just wanted to say that because she does know, it does clearly to me indicate that she does know Katie. They have been communicating, which tells me for some reason, and this is just my opinion, that Nolan has been talking to Katie for, at least before they, went to this island. So, I mean, I don't know if that's Nolan's girlfriend. I don't know any of those details, but it does tell me that they've, definitely have a thing, or they've had a thing for some time. But she does talk to Katie. It seems like the mother is not only just talking to Javon and his mom, she's also talking to Katie. Off topic, but I had to say it.
That ever gets a forensic audit on an item of evidence, which could create you as a suspect. Think about this: when you go do a forensic audit on a phone, you do a what we would consider to be a impartial forensic investigation. That means that nobody's a suspect or nobody's ruled out as a suspect. You bring the phone in, an independent audit happens to the phone, and the findings are investigated. Now, mind you, just imagine if the family decides that they think that they need a liaison in the middle of an investigation, and the findings come out, and I'm not saying this is true, but the findings come out that someone other than these boys deleted stuff off the phone. Mom deleted it. Let's say that his mom deleted it.
Oh, man,
and they
don't say
find
that.
out that the
Don't say
phone was
that.
deleted while it was in the possession of the mom. She now is on the hook for potentially destroying evidence. They can't have you sitting there while they're investigating everybody involved.
Wow. Now, that's a very good, interesting point there. And I think Tatum's got a really good point here. I mean, it's not even a point. It's just something to really think about. Now, that's something to think about, guys. Now, you guys can say all you want. You can say all you want that he's wrong for that. She's grieving. She's got a lot going on. Could it be perhaps she doesn't want to give the authorities the phone because if they find out that she deleted this stuff after the fact that he was reported missing, just to twist this up, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to leave it at that.
They need to do a independent forensic extraction of the phone, and they have independent findings. You're not entitled to sit through an investigation and you could be a suspect. Just because your son passed away don't mean you can't be a suspect. I'm not saying you should, but the evidence may reveal some suspicious behavior from somebody X, Y, or Z. But they know that they're not going to get access to have a personal individual in the room. Think about this too. I just want y'all to understand this. Imagine this goes to trial. And the boys go, well, the victim's family had swayed the investigation by leveraging a person involved in the investigation directly, and they can argue that, how do we know that this person didn't do any coercive behavior during this investigation? That means that a person on this side had active connection to an investigation that should have been impartial, and therefore this shouldn't be admissible in court. We can't rule out impropriety. They've already said we were guilty, and you got them being a part of the investigation. You can't do it. It doesn't make sense. They know it.
Sparks, how would they know if she hasn't gave up the phone? What do you mean they would know if the mom would delete? What do you mean? If it turns out, and we don't know for sure if it's a fact or not, if she hasn't given up the phone, but assuming that she hasn't given up the phone, and I keep saying this, the autopsy, the toxicology is going to be the most important part along with the digital evidence, because the digital evidence is going to be able to show when it was deleted, what was deleted, all of that stuff. Not only that, I just read a second ago that they subpoenaed all of these people. They subpoenaed TikTok. They subpoenaed Snapchat. They subpoenaed Instagram. They subpoenaed every app that Nolan uses. Why? I would hope that they subpoenaed these people because they want to get to the bottom of this and they want to know if they're able to retrieve some information that may have been deleted. But them subpoenaing them on their behalf, maybe somehow, some way that they're going to be able to only make sure that they disclose that information to the family only based off what had been deleted, because they're subpoenaing them themselves. They're not leaving it up to investigators to do all of that work. If it turns out that all of this stuff that Tatum is saying that is possible, he's not saying that it's something that's really happened. He's just putting it out there for thought. Perhaps it does happen. And they're using this for leverage also at the same time, because, you know, and as we keep watching the GoFundMe go up. It went up $200,000 from the time that it was posted. Perhaps it is for leverage and they're just trying to get financial gain off of this situation here. That is going to suck. That is going to be so bad. And it's not even funny because, you know, it should be, at the end of the day, the main focus is justice for Nolan. That's it. Forget the money aspect, all of that stuff. Forget all that. The main goal is justice for Nolan. If you want that done, you need to comply with everything these investigators are requesting. I would have given that phone up and I would have been waiting patiently, or not patiently, I'm sorry. I would have been sitting there waiting anxiously for the results of the digital evidence, because I want to know. I really want to know. I want to get to the bottom of this, and I want to know what was deleted on my son's phone. You can't really take that upon yourself to dig up that information, unless, like he's saying, you got somebody who does that work that can do it. So they're finding other ways to go around it, is what it sounds like. It sounds like they're finding other ways to dig up evidence rather than letting FBI agents that obviously have high technology to be able to dig up this information. The digital evidence is going to do all that. But they don't believe in the system. And I'm not saying that they really don't, but it seems like they don't, because they've said it. They don't believe in the system, so they're not trusting the system to get all of this stuff done. So they're taking it upon themselves to do so by subpoenaing all these people. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. But I'm just saying, if they did not give up this phone, it almost seems like they don't really want to get to the bottom of this. And it just simply seems like it's leading in the direction of financial gain. And I've been saying this the past 2-3 days. For those that have been following the channel here, it almost seems like that's the direction we're going with this, rather than simply getting to the bottom of it. Can't call it, but we're about to find out.
Don't make sense. They're never going to give this phone over to the government.
Multi-chick, big welcome.
The boys gave their phones over to the FBI voluntarily. You tell me who's looking for justice for Nolan. All right, here's another thing, and this is what really made me mad in this clip. Roll it.
What do you make of now? I mean, because I don't think you will disagree that the friends are on a PR, PR blitz to change public opinion, because they believe that they in the court of public opinion, they're not doing so well, that they have been sort of demeaned in some way, disparaged in some way.
Time out. They don't think that they are. They have been disparaged. People have been arrested for threatening their lives. This is not a game. It's not a hunch. It's not I think that maybe people. No, people have gone to jail in connection with threatening the lives of Warren's stepmother. And we played it on the show. People calling and leaving messages threatening to kill Warren, his family. And as soon as they're investigated and found, they're going to go to jail. That's like 6-7 people are going to go to jail for legitimate threats. And you go, well, they feel like that. No, you disparage them. With no information, you had every reason to communicate with the other side. You didn't. You put out information claiming, oh, we don't know why this happened. Well, we don't know who this person is. You do know. But you put it out there and put these boys' lives in danger. And if you ask me, give me the big screen. I want you to clip this. If you ask me, I believe it is detrimental to Nolan, the things that the family and what Benjamin Crump has done. It's not in the best interest of Nolan. The best interest of Nolan is actually getting to the bottom of this. The best interest of Nolan is actually giving some level of respect to people who he called a friend, people that he believed in, people that he was close with. Having enough respect to say, if we ain't got no evidence, we're not gonna put these boys out there like that. Leave their name out of it.
YG says the DA would not allow you to obstruct the data has been downloaded already. How so without the phone? How do you download data without a cell phone? I'm trying to figure that out. How do you retrieve data from a cell phone without actually having it? Without reaching out directly to the people, without reaching out directly to these platforms like Snapchat or Instagram or whatever platforms that Nolan Wells used. That all takes time as well. I mean, I can't say there hasn't been enough time for them to retrieve certain things, but amongst all of those platforms, being able to get them all to comply and give them all the necessary data that they need, I don't know that would be done by now. And the DA cannot just ask and expect compliance. The DA they don't have automatic right to seize your property just because they want it. They need legal authority behind the request. So I don't know if that would, obviously there's a death here. So, I mean, that would maybe give them the probable cause to seize his property. But who's to say there's not a process to this, perhaps that they wanted to get that phone from her and she's refused to give it. If that's the case, I don't know that, she's really refused. I don't know that this is just a rumor. But according to some of these, or the document that we read, it seems so that she hasn't been all that compliant when it comes to giving up that phone. But on another note, I think at the end of the day, the only thing that would force her to give up that property would be as if a judge were to sign an order requesting that she turn over the item. Now, if that's the case, I think the public would know that was the case, if that's something that has happened. Otherwise, we don't, and they're just keeping that private. But you could be held contempt in court if you don't give up the evidence, and she should be aware of that because she has Benjamin Crump, who should know the law very well, and the consequences of not doing stuff, and he could be the one behind this all and telling her not to. But she could definitely be either arrested or fined for holding this phone if that's what she's doing. They could also get a search warrant, which they would really not need to do because they know that the phone is in her possession. But I mean, they could do that to seize the phone, to search the content, to extract the deleted data on this phone. So, I mean, we'll see. But I just really hope that she's been complying with everything. But, her not believing in the system tells me that she's not willing to comply with everything. And also other things like taking it upon themselves to do an independent autopsy, and, questioning certain things going forward. But again, I think this is the problem in society too, is because of how we've been treated. We let that affect, what happens to us. And I get it. You can't trust everything in every situation because of the history that, African Americans have experienced. But at the same time, I personally would suggest just going with the flow, and seeing what the outcome is before assuming the outcome. For me personally,
their faces off of the thing. We only want to see what Nolan is wearing. But instead, they put all their faces out there. These are private people. Come on, play the clip.
I think it's weird. It's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
When Warren sat down with the guy, I know we don't like to say his name, sat down with him, I was like, okay, this one kid.
Notice how they're not saying Brandon Tatum's name. When Warren sat down with the guy, how disrespectful. And you know what's crazy is Tatum and Lemon go back and forth, but yet they play each other on each other's platforms, which is crazy. And it's crazy. And this is a bad example for African Americans right here. And I'm not trying to put us down in any way, but come on, man, this is a problem right here. I mean, y'all should be getting along. Not only that, you guys are way bigger than us who are showing you guys on our smaller platforms. And here you guys are sitting up here arguing, going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? We should be able to just get along and agree to disagree and move forward here. But here we are. We got these guys going back and forth, arguing for nothing over nothing. At the end of the day, it is supposed to be about Nolan Wells. And here we are. We got a black guy on TMZ who's not even willing to give this guy credit for doing this interview with Warren. Like, come on, man. This is silly.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
When Warren sat down with the guy, I know we don't like to say his name, sat down.
So you're going to do that just because Lemon doesn't like to say his name. The disrespect. And it's like, do what you do on your platform. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully so. It doesn't have anything to do with Lemon, not mentioning his name. Lemon's been watching him on his platform. You're still watching Tatum. Tatum's still watching you. Y'all could agree to disagree and move on. There's no need to be sitting here fighting and going back and forth over nothing.
Sat down with
over a disagreement.
Guy, I know we don't like to say his name. Sat down with him. I was like, okay, this one kid and his mom is a judge, and maybe he wants to sort of clear his name. But now every week, another friend sits down, another friend sits down, and they're all. And now they've got this lawyer, and
time out. It was no another week and another friend sits down and another friend sits down. I did one with Warren and I did one with the other two boys. That's 2 interviews. It's not another week and then another week and then another week. Why you being disingenuous? Roll the clip.
Sitting down and doing interviews. It's weird to me. And it's not just weird.
He had on the same clothes, so he know it's kind of common sense to know that he broke it up in parts. It's common sense. He had on the same clothes.
Yeah, there are people who are going to say things on the internet. Why does that rise to the level of you need an attorney to now sit down and do interviews to publicize yourself, to try and change the court of public opinion? Why do you care about a court of public opinion? Because you didn't do anything. And ultimately, if you didn't do anything, and maybe they didn't, let's take them at their word, and their attorney, that they didn't have anything to do with Nolan's death. That's all going to come out when the result.
Come out. Are y'all stupid or you dumb? Or evil? Or all three? You a grown man. You know better than that. You know for a fact that Nolan's mom took an estate out in his name. They sent documents to Ashley Cole and I believe more people in some of these boys' family members saying that you need to obtain or preserve text messages, phone records, all this other stuff they sent in a declaration to them in preparation to sue them for killing Nolan, destroying evidence. They're not just out here saying, I don't like the way people think about me. They're preparing to sue them. They're claiming they're going to sue them. They are disparaging these boys' character with no evidence. Of course they're going to defend themselves. How do you grown? I lost all respect for this guy. I'll still hold on to the other guy, TMZ. This guy, what are you talking about, brother? Keep it rolling.
Of the autopsy come out, when the investigation comes out. So why are you now getting, it's almost like I get like this attorney has probably convinced them, yes, do this and talk about this and it'll change public opinion. But what it really does, it makes some people will look at it and go like, well, what are you getting out in front of? If you didn't do anything, there's nothing to get out in front of. So in some ways it can backfire on you.
They're not getting out in front of nothing. They're responding to things that y'all didn't put out there, that others have put out there. They're responding. They're not coming up with anything new. You guys claim they deleted stuff off their phone. Now they hired an attorney and y'all mad. They're getting, people are prepping to sue them for wrongful death suit. And you're saying they shouldn't have an attorney. You don't know why they out here defending themselves. You don't know why they out here telling their side of the story. Because the whole world think they killed this boy. They can't even go to restaurants and stuff without people accosting them. Tracy can't even go get a Gatorade from a corner store without somebody saying, your money's no good here. Somebody confronting him, asking, was he Trayvon? Roll the clip.
It's just weird to me. And then you also run the risk of what did happen is that one of these kids sits down and blasts Nolan's mom and says that she was wrong to put out that photo. And that's not going to play well in the public for you, man. That you're attacking the mother.
I'm going to let, I don't got time. We got to get to more stuff. What do you mean? See, you guys the mind haven't matured in these men. You don't have a mature mindset. You are fair game. I don't care what side you on. If you go and put false information into the public when you had every reason and right to communicate before you ever put it out there. So when you go take a photo that was given to you because it was about Nolan and you blasted friends and put their face out there, you didn't even blur their faces. You put the face out there and then you allow Benjamin Crump.
I could agree with that, though. She could have blurred their faces, though. But, I mean, the mom is panicking, though, so you got to give her the benefit of the doubt on that, Tatum. She's panicking, and she's trying to get the information out there ASAP of her son who's missing at the time that he went missing. So her blurring their face out, she's not thinking about any of that. So, Tatum, you got to give her the benefit of the doubt on that one.
To go in front of the world and invoke Emmett Till and invoke that Mississippi is racist. This is why you can't go nowhere with a bunch of white boys and then you don't come back with the white boys. Something must have happened. Oh, we don't know what happened. We haven't gritted. Why you didn't talk to him? This is what boils my blood, y'all. None of this had to be this way. None of it. The boy's mama was reaching out to Miss Christine Wells. Hey, if you want to talk, hey, we should talk. Hey, I want to. They could have had a phone conversation and cleared up 90% of this weirdness. The phone conversation would have yielded that Nolan didn't even go on the boat with the boys he's in the picture with. He was on Wyatt's boat. Warren and Jax weren't even on the same boat. They would have known that he didn't go out with 3 white boys. He went out with 30 people on 3 boats. They could have cleared all of this up. They could have asked him, hey, did you get into the phone and delete something? No, we didn't. Well, why is this and this and that? Well, Nolan was with us and nobody was Snapchatting.
Sean, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nobody was posting on social media. None of us have anything on our social media. We were out on a lake having a good time. Oh, okay. They could have talked to people and got this cleared up and not put innocent people out there accusing them of murder when these boys were gone and Nolan was still seen on the island. They had nothing to do with it. They would have been valuable to the family to tell what happened so they can get a good perspective. Then they come out and say, I don't know Judge Ashley Cole, and Christine Wells went to school with her. You don't know her at all? Tracy and say, I've been over that house plenty of times. I spent the night over the house. I parked my car in front of their yard. Nolan was my best friend. I don't know him. The guy, Elijah, that came on my show, said he cut Nolan's hair for the first haircut he ever had was from this guy. He claimed that he goes to lunch with one of the family members of Nolan, one of the Wells family member. They go, we have no idea who this guy. We don't know this guy like that. These white boys got 1,000 pictures of them and Nolan looking like they're the best friends. They went to the island with Nolan multiple times. Last year on the 4th, this year on the 4th. He spent the night and went out there on the 4th this time. They were great friends. All of the friends that I've talked to said they're all great friends. And they go, we don't know these kids. We ain't never met them. They ain't his friends. Okay. All right. Is that it for these fools? Okay, now I want you guys to see the interview that I did with the lawyers It's a pretty lengthy interview, but it's all valuable. So all the questions that you have up to the lawyers and why they did this or this, that, and this and other, the cell phone, all that stuff is talked about in this interview. After the interview, I'm gonna finish up with a few things that I want to say about another idiot that went on Don Lemon's show.
Right. So Nancy Grace interviewed the lawyer of the 3 boys that he has interviewed over the course of, well, he shared the parts over the course of the last 2 days. So that's what he's getting ready to show here. So just real quick here, again, as I said, the digital evidence is going to be something that is able to disclose information that, you know, you can no longer see because of the fact that she assumed that some things were deleted in the phone. To me, it's either one of the other. So what's going on really, guys, is at the end of the day, they're also conducting their own investigation at the same time that an investigation is going on. I think the only issue that could come about with that being said is the fact that things could start conflicting. Perhaps they're conducting their own investigation at the same time, but that's kind of how it goes when you have a lawyer. They kind of do their own work too at the same time. But I think the real reason that, you know, she's subpoenaing all of these social medias that she's subpoenaed is because the friends or acquaintances or witnesses are avoiding questions. They're giving inconsistent stories. They're refusing to hand over screenshots or messages. And, you know, a subpoena by doing that would turn over communications and, you know, testify, provide timelines, so on and so forth. But also it would be to obtain anything deleted. But that's taking it upon herself to get that information, not necessarily through you know, the FBI. So she's going to try to retain all of this information themselves by doing so. And she's got to hope that all these people voluntarily will respond. And that's a lot of different social media, you know, that's a lot of different social media places that she's going to have to retain all this information from, like from, you know, getting deleted messages, you know, location logs, login timestamps, private DMs, group chats, all that stuff. She's got to hope that, and that's going to take time. That's going to take time. That's not going to just happen overnight. So, you know, and another thing, she'll hopefully be able to get the GPS history, you know, to be able to track Nolan's movement. But with the digital evidence, they could do that by, you know, like for Nancy Guthrie's case, for instance, they were able to track movement in the area and ping any cell phone that was in the area. And that's what's great about, you know, the phone factor of this situation when it comes to digital evidence. But like I said, I mean, for her, you know, I think she's hoping to get all of this stuff, you know, like the Snapchat map data, the Instagram activity, the Google location services, all of that stuff to identify people who were communicating with him. You know, he was with people not named publicly. So there's a lot of other people that he was with, not just the boys. So these guys that are, you know, having a difficult time, we don't know what else is going on because there are other people, many of other people that the public doesn't know about that were actually with Nolan. And that's why I say people got to shift their focus somewhere else, because it may not even be Nolan and the other 2 boys, Seymour and the other guy, Jackson. It may not even be them that are responsible for what happened to Nolan. But I mean, she suspects that someone's lied about seeing him last. Someone knows more than they are saying. And hopefully by her subpoenaing all of these social media places, it will, you know, force these platforms to reveal something. So we'll see. But I still don't think she should just take this all upon herself, only if that's what she's doing. But my God, I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, I'm really not liking this route that she's taking, because people are going to think that she's taking, you know, this route because it's the longest route, and it may just be, you know, that people are going to start thinking she's, you know, in this for the money and not for you know, justice at the end of the day. But I think if she's going to do that, she should let them do their work at the same time. But I'm just assuming that she's trying to get through this process on her end first before she hands over the phone. I'm taking a guess that that's what's going on here. She's trying to get all this done on her end, and then she'd be willing to give the phone up to investigators who want to do this to retrieve that digital evidence from that phone. Only if that's the case.
We're going to move over to a couple more topics, one being the Caitlin Clark topic, and another being Dr. Umar Johnson with his dashiki getting to his head. And then we're going to talk about Tyler Robinson. I have to get to all of this today. So watch the interview. I think it's relevant. And then we're going to get to the next thing. I think the first thing I'm going to come out the break is Tyler Robinson. And then we'll circle back to the Nolan Wells things. But this Tyler Robinson thing is like grinding my gears. I saw a video that Candace Owens put out that said that this was a video or something of Tyler Robinson in the parking garage. That I don't know where she got it from, but it ain't real. It ain't real. I was in the courtroom. Tyler Robinson's mama said, that's him. His daddy said, that's him. His boyfriend said, that's him. He confessed to his boyfriend, his mama, on the Discord channel, it was me. What the are we talking about? And then we got updates. The defense is not even arguing about this. They didn't argue in the court that it was entered into evidence with no objections from the defense. They didn't say this was a fake clip while they played the clip of their client in front of the whole courtroom. They accepted the clip as authentic. Some people claim they want justice more than Tyler Robinson's mama and them. They want him to get off and his mama and them told on him. All right, come on, play the interview, roll it. I'll be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have both lawyers here.
She's all good, DJ, for the Caps. It's all good.
Represent the boys, Tyler Cox and Ed Polsick. I had to bring you guys in. I just could not endure the misinformation and lies that have been put out there after the interview that I just did. You know, I was just on Nancy Grace's show and we went back and forward and I said, well, there's no better people to address any of the issues that they have than the people who are representing these boys and you know, their reputation and defamation cases or whatever the case may be. So I want to start with you, Tyler. You've been paramount in supporting these boys from the very beginning. You have had a lot to say behind the scenes, not a lot of public statements, but I want to get your thoughts on this phone because I just saw Don Lemon play a clip of you and Ed on some interview, which I'm not familiar what interview it was, but what came up from the interview was the cell phone of Nolan Wells. And it appears, which I'm shocked that this is a reality, it appears that the family of Nolan Wells have not given his phone over to investigators to even look at a potential crime that they claim was committed by deleting contents from his phone. What do you have to say to that, Tyler?
Well, I think it's strange, too. We were all told by Ben Crump from the steps of the courthouse in a public address, I think that was on July 11th, after he met with B.A. Angel Myers, that they were going to cooperate and give the phone over. I don't understand why.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Sam. She says, what's the reason for probable cause? Probable cause for the subpoena for the app again. Well, I said it right now a second ago for her to retrieve all of that information, for her to get all of the what's been deleted, for her to track his GPS location, all the private DMs, all the login timestamps. That's the whole reason why she's trying to subpoena all of these people, because she feels like people are avoiding questions. You know, there's inconsistent stories that have been conflicting amongst the boys. She wants all this information, but she's taking it upon herself to get all this information so she could use it to testify in court with, I believe, to provide certain timelines, to turn over communications. That's her reasoning for the subpoena. She's subpoenaed Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Snapchat, TikTok, Life 360, and those subpoenas were filed with Mississippi State Court and required the companies to turn over messages, photos, videos, login records, IP addresses, all that stuff, timestamps, accounts, metadata, GPS location data. So yeah, that's her reason. She believes messages and Snapchat content were deleted. As she said in the beginning, she wanted GPS data to reconstruct Nolan's movement. She wanted the account activity logs to see who communicated with him. She found 2 Snapchat accounts with absolutely nothing, which she called suspicious. So that's the reason why she subpoenaed all of these social media platforms. So these people could give her all this information. To me, it's one or the other. Either you trust the system or you take it upon yourself, or you just do both. The problem with that to me is, with her taking certain things, maybe not this specifically upon herself, that it could also conflict certain things. That's the whole reason why they ended up ruling, I think, the independent autopsy undetermined. I think that they know the reason, but they don't want to say it because they don't want to conflict that information. Perhaps the toxicology report comes out different, because if they ruled it, then it would conflict what they think, being that there are 2-3 different people doing the autopsy on Nolan Wells. So that's the reason why they went a smart way about it and ruled it undetermined. And I'm telling you, that's the truth. I truly believe that that's exactly why they did undetermined rather than giving the exact cause of death. But again, they're doing stuff and taking things upon themselves because she doesn't believe in the justice system. She's questioned it from day one, which is why people think she is, why people assume that she's inserting the race aspect of things because of the history that Mississippi has. She doesn't feel like she's being treated fairly, as if this is not going to be handled in the way that this would be handled for someone white, or maybe any other race. I don't know. But that's my take on it.
Just now, I guess last night, it came out that they haven't. And so I don't understand why.
So if it's an accident, they don't need the phone. Yeah, but the only person that knows that would be her. And like I said, we'll find out later that if she knows that what has really been determined here, which she may not even know that either, then they obviously still do need the phone. But regardless, if the FBI agents are requesting that they need the phone, or whoever's doing the digital evidence part of this thing, which I assume it would be them, then she needs to comply. It's not a matter of what she thinks that they need. She's not an investigator. She's not the one who is pursuing this investigation, nor is Benjamin Crump. He's not the one who's, he's doing his own investigative work, of course, but they're not the ones who are really doing the work, like when it comes to digging up information like digital evidence or autopsy reports, just the specific things that are not in a lawyer or the mother of a child's scope of practice. When it comes to that, they need to let these people take over and do what they do. But and I don't know for certain that she hasn't given up the phone. I'm just speaking, from a view that, is possible.
They haven't gave the phone over when our clients, Morgan, Jackson, Warren, have fully cooperated with investigators. I don't understand why we have to do phone dumps, or people feel like we need to do phone dumps and phone extractions and give the Life 360 and the Snapchat information and GPS information. We've done all that, planning on doing as much more as anything they asked us to, but I don't understand why they haven't cooperated given in Nolan's phone yet. I'm at a loss for words with that one.
Tyler, are these boys at all, from your understanding, obviously you're their attorney representing them along with Ed, Are they being investigated as suspects in a crime?
No. Just to put it as plainly as possible, they are not being investigated as suspects. In Jackson County, anytime there's what we call a unnatural death, the DA's office presents the information they have on that to the grand jury that's impaneled. And so this is one of those cases. This is not a criminal case now. I don't know if it will be later, but I can tell you it won't be when it comes to Warren, Jax, and Morgan.
Yeah, I think that's one of the interesting findings that I came to realize after doing interviews, and there's been 2 of them now, and all of the young men have now talked to me on camera. I had a conversation with them the first time I interviewed Warren, but on camera, and it appears to me that this has gone beyond reality. When you have young men who are not even being investigated criminally, being defamed in the public. And I don't want to hear anybody say that they have not alluded to or flat out said that they killed Nolan. They all the way from the CETO call to them claiming that there's video evidence of Nolan's leg on a boat, to them claims that there must have been impropriety, that there must have been deletions on the phone, which would implicate them in a crime. Saying that they deleted, which would be damaging evidence or discarding evidence or whatever you want to call it. Ed, I want to hear from you. How does this reach the level of defamation? And can you clear up, because people seem to be confused about defamation. They seem to be confused at why the boys have hired you and have Tyler on their team and why they're doing interviews. Can you address that, Ed?
Sure, I'd love to. Thanks for that question. First of all, in order to be accusing somebody of an infamous crime or criminal activity, which of course is defamatory, it's not just the accusations that they participated in the murder of their best friend. It's more than just the accusations of murder. It's also accusations about destruction of evidence, tampering with evidence, engaging in a cover-up, which are, of course, all separate crimes. So we've got multiple levels of defamation. There are accusations of heinous crimes, infamous crimes, online, everywhere. It's like whack-a-mole. We don't even know where to begin. If you step back and you think about how vast the scope of defamation is in this case, it would overwhelm you. So instead, what we've been focusing on, we have been methodically identifying the worst offenders, right? And those worst offenders, those are going to be the first lawsuits. So that's number one. Then there's another level here, another very important topic. People are saying, oh, Warren and Jackson and Morgan, they thrust themselves into this controversy. They've made themselves into the story.
Well,
they're sucking up all the oxygen. So that is the opposite of reality. That is completely false. That has nothing to do with reality. And that is just adding to the problem here. Here's what really happened. Here's the truth. Warren, Morgan, and Jax were private individuals, private citizens, anonymous individuals, anonymous citizens who were just living their lives. They never wanted this. They never invited this. They never asked for this. They were thrown to the wolves, thrown into the fire by these elixir salesmen, hucksters, vultures, opportunists, hustlers. Now, after they've been defamed, now they have an absolute right to defend their reputations, both in the courtroom.
I think the problem is YG is the problem is the people are starting to think that this is a money grab. I think that's what people are starting to look at this as, that people are starting to assume that Christine is using Nolan for leverage. However, for me personally, I've questioned it. However, I'm still not quite sure I'm not going to point the finger either until we get to the bottom of this all, because I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. I know Benjamin Crump has enough experience to make very good decisions. So I don't know. I can't question what he's got going on behind the scenes. I do know that they've been very quiet. They have not really said much in these past, in this past week or so. There hasn't been anything, and they don't have to. I mean, this case there's nothing that's really developed in these past couple of weeks or this past week. There hasn't really been much that has been developed. And I don't think there'll be too much, at least with what they're working on as far as the autopsy and the digital evidence. I don't know if the digital evidence will be shared with the public once they do, dig up all that digital evidence data. But we'll see. The girl that released the audio I would assume she might be one of those people that are probably going to be getting sued if that audio isn't legitimate audio. For the girl that enhanced the audio and, did deleted the music in the background and whatnot for us to hear the sound. If that audio isn't legitimate, she may be one of the primary people that are going to be getting sued here. And I think the biggest argument is the fact that the audio is 20 seconds longer that they're making a big deal out of. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
And in the public square, they were forced into this, and they were forced to defend their reputations. And rest assured, they will defend their reputations to the maximum extent of the law. And that's exactly what Tyler and I are going to be doing over the next few months.
And I have to say, and I try to be as impartial as possible, when I talk to those young men and I see the hurt in their eyes, I'm listening to the genuineness in their statements, providing evidence, cooperating with law enforcement. This is such a terrible thing that have happened to these young men. They can't even go out to eat in some places without people accosting them for no reason. And you have to, and the way I look at it is that people would not even be showing them stuff on a cell phone saying, "Is this you?" Trayston, and I know you guys don't represent Trayston, but Trayston going to a grocery store or a corner store to get a Gatorade is being refused because of why? It's not the police department. So then we're left to say, how did they get into this light? And I believe that a lot of it came from defaming pictures that have been put out, insinuating. Here's the thing that I want you guys to talk about for the audience to understand is that there is a lot of people that claim to be journalists, and they want to use their journalistic amendment, First Amendment right to say, well, I'm just asking questions. Well, but I do think that some of it may have gone a little too far. Can you guys speak? I don't know if Tyler or Ed, whoever wants to take this, can you guys speak to some of the people that think?
YG, I have no idea what you're talking about. Savannah doing a money grab. She has a bunch of money. Why would she need to do a money grab?
I think that they're going to be somehow hidden behind journalism and not be affected by some of the things that they've said that have caused trauma to these young men.
Well, before Ed gets started, and he's really the go-to on this one, but I will say that I don't know if you remember this. I remember a time when journalists had credibility and they had integrity. A lot of these people online, they want to use the label of journalist, but they don't want the responsibility that comes with it. Look, we absolutely have a First Amendment right in this country that you can say just about whatever you want. And you can lie. You can absolutely tell a lie. It's your First Amendment right to lie. But what you can't do is lie and hurt someone with that lie. That's not how this works. So I'll let Ed talk more about that, but you can't lie and hurt someone.
Sparks, I never said them being quiet was a good or bad thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. If you ask me that they've been quiet, I'm just saying that I haven't heard anything from the mom specifically, or Trump. As far as them, Crump, I haven't seen them post anything online as far as just anything. I mean, his mom's been pretty. Christine has been pretty active on social media. Facebook is the main thing, and I haven't really seen any recent posts from her lately. Is that to be questioned? Is there like is there a reason why she's been quiet? I don't know. I personally don't really care if she doesn't talk until, the grand jury comes out. That's not up to me. I don't know what they have going on behind the scenes. As I said, I'm just saying that they haven't said anything for quite some time now. It's been about a week since I've heard anything from Christine. I think her last post was like the 6th of August on Facebook. Now, I don't know if that she's reached out on any platform or anything like that, but I haven't seen anything recently. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. I'm just stating the fact that she hasn't said anything at all. They've been pretty quiet. But they could be up to something. They could be working on something. Who knows? They could have something bottled up to deliver to the public for all we know. And I'm looking at her Facebook now to see if there's anything I have missed on here that she may have stated in recent times, but there's nothing on her social media that I've seen. No. Rachel, the lady Rachel, Miss Rachel, has lost a lot of followers. I guess I've heard from her coming out and demanding justice for Nolan Wells, and the same thing applies to me. I mean, I've lost so many followers just supporting this case, and I don't mind at all. I mean, it's a case that I enjoy supporting and just doing in general. So I can definitely see that for sure, because I know exactly. I just know for sure that's how people are. They criticize you right away when you express your thoughts or share a comment, or they just assume. You don't even have to say much. All she did was say justice for Nolan Wells for the most part. I mean, I'm sure she said something, but it didn't really take much for people to start overthinking it. She's facing a lot of backlash for speaking out and saying something on online, which is kind of sad, but hey, it's part of it. It's how it goes. You win some, you lose some. I just had somebody come in the comments just a second ago and said, this dude's never going to get to 25K. Hey, get there when we get there, man. We'll get there when we get there. And my biggest thing is growth, but, it's not a rush either. I'm still trying to figure out my place in crime and just being dominant when it comes to me, delivering successfully on this platform. So it's all good. This is my second case ever, or you could say third, but really my second case that I've ever covered. So I got a long way to go, brother. I got a long way to go, but I appreciate your confidence in me growing on this channel. People will say that right away. I only been on here 3-4 months and people are like, this dude's never going to go anywhere. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm going to keep trying until I do, though. You don't put no hurt in my heart, no hard feelings, brother. You believe what you believe. Let's go. I don't know if I want to continue the rest of this video here. I kind of want to watch Nancy, but she's on the same, I think she's talking about the same thing that we're watching. And this is the last video I'm going to show, but I really want to open up these phone lines here before it gets way too late. It's already very late for me. So, with that being said, I may just go ahead and open up the phone lines here. But Tatum's getting somewhere here too that I wanted to show. He's covered so much in this short period of time that he did on here too. It's amazing. Let's continue a little bit of this. I'll open up the phone lines while we're watching this, though. That way, if somebody wants to call in, we'll keep the phone line open here.
One. Well, look, we're an open book. All of us, we're all open books. That's why we're willing to meet anybody, anyone, anywhere, anytime on any show because we're telling the truth. And that goes for Warren, Morgan, and Jax too. That's why you see us everywhere this week.
Juanita, good to see you.
Truth out. And
Oh
we're gonna take
man,
every
I didn't even see that. Man, shouts to Misty. I appreciate the $100 super chat. Oh my goodness, man, you are one of a kind blessing. I appreciate that, Misty. Shouts to Misty, and thanks for being here, by the way, too. Truly appreciate you chiming in. Shouts, Juanita. You've helped me so much in so many ways. Man, I wish people knew. Just you're all good as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, people come in here and they say crazy stuff, so I just figured I'd throw it out there. As somebody came in chat with a pretty disrespectful comment, but it's all good. Much love, Tea Time. I appreciate the love and support here. What's your number, please? I'll send it to you right now, Juanita.
Opportunity to do so. And this is why we love evidence. This is why we want more evidence to come out. We want all the evidence to come out because we want to know how Nolan Wells tragically died. And when you have the truth on your side, it's very liberating. And it's a good feeling. And that's why we want the answers too. But we're going to do it the right way. We're going to do it with humility, right? All along, we've maintained we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened to Nolan Wells, but we at least have the humility to acknowledge that we don't know. And that quite frankly, there are many more things that we don't know than we do. But that's the difference. We're not out there defaming people. All this defamation is just this avalanche of insanity, right? It's this rush to judgment where people pour accelerant on a fire, and that is a forest fire that's going to get out of control right quick.
And Tyler did, because I know you started with the boys early on. I think, Ed, you joined more recently. But Tyler, did they ever reach out to you? Did Benjamin Crump reach out to you to try to communicate with you? Did Miss Christine Wells reach out to you?
Oh, that's a good question. Hey, Juanita, how you doing?
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right. A whole lot better now, if you know what I mean.
I wanted to take a moment to let you know that my prayers are with you. I know that you're heading to court today.
Yes.
And you've been through a lot, Juice. You have been through a lot. So my blessings to you. You know that I am on a new assignment. And I have been tied up quite a bit, but if I have an opportunity to break away today, I will be more than glad to head your way and be there with you. I'm gonna give it all my best effort to try to break away.
Hey, if you can, it's okay. I know you would be there if you could. No worries.
Absolutely.
You know I'm not sweating it.
I was just remembering this morning on how you and I really didn't know each other. I mean, we've seen each other, around the live streamers. But the day they gave you that citation, woo, that was hot. I was so upset.
You and me both. It bothers me still to this day.
I get you. I hear you. I remember us sitting there at that per se coffee shop and hours and hours of discussion.
Yeah.
And here we are. And here we are now. So we shall see. I pray that justice is done. And I mean, you have given nothing but the truth. So God has to be on your side for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and I appreciate you so much. It's not even funny. I truly do. I mean, I don't know if I would even got close to where I'm at now because of you. Seriously.
Well, I thank you for that. I think give yourself credit because I appreciate you because what you have done in standing up for civil rights for so many people. It is incredible what you have done for this Tucson area. And you being a native, I mean, this is like, this is a huge story, really.
Yeah, it is. And you're a blessing. You truly are. You too, though. You're on the same. You're in the same boat I'm in. That's for sure. So we appreciate you the same way.
The wild thing, Juice, is that this is the dream that I've had for this area, for Tucson, for the Pima County. I mean, I've been at it for 10 years with them pulling this with on independent journalists and streamers, especially. I mean, look at that young kid they went and shot.
I know. Talking about the paralyzed gamer. Well, he was on the game.
The gamer streamer, yes.
Yeah.
And I just thank every day the Lord that none of those guys, none of those deputies were hot enough. I know, like, you know, that they drew the gun. I know that with me when I got the parking citation and 9 vehicles with lights on surrounding me, and the one that was and you pointed him out. You asked him, you seem to be the only one upset. Everybody else is cool with her.
Yep.
But you are very upset. Remember that when you told that guy that?
Yep.
And one deputy. And do you know that deputy was the very first deputy on the scene?
At Nancy's, yeah. Because I see him in the pictures.
Well, when I asked him that, we're going to go back and look at that video. He put his hand on the gun. And that's when I said, whoa.
Yeah, I don't like
people don't know why I got so hot, why I was so heated that on my discussion. But I was watching what they were doing.
And he's the weirdest one of them all. I mean, I think the group of young boys or whoever they were pulled up and they parked there. He talked to them. They whispered. It was the weirdest thing to me.
But let's rewind back to where I took him that night in that conversation about him being the first one on the scene at Nancy's house. And he was the one that why didn't he see the blood? What all did he do?
I think he knew, but they told him to just ignore it. I think he was one of the ones
that.
Yep.
Exactly. He has been around this the scene, this case, or as Savannah calls it, the story, since the very beginning. And he has been one of the ones that has been covering for Nanos a lot.
I believe it. That dude is weird. Weird.
And I pointed out in my documentation for my hearing, and I think that's the reason why they didn't even want to hear me or any of the people that I sat subpoenaed. They just said, dismissed, let's go. There it is. You got it. Look at his hand. Look at where his hands are at that point, right when he's starting to talk to me. See how everybody else kind of has their hands relaxed, and that a stance when a police officer starts to grab their belt, and the other hand looks like he's about to draw. You look at his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I said, "Boy, oh boy, oh boy, we got us a big problem here."
He's hugging it with that forearm.
Mm-hmm. And then it went further. I there's another scene that I took the picture of where his hand actually comes up to the top, like lean, puts his hand on the weapon, and I was like, man.
Then he tried to play it off all cool, like he wasn't really mad. You know, when somebody's really super angry, but they try to play it off like they're not. He's like, I'm not mad.
See that? He's starting to pull his right hand up. He has already grabbed his belt line. And the other guys, look at the guy right next to him, how relaxed his hands are.
Mm-hmm. Young guy. He seems like he's really cool and collected.
The things that a lot of people didn't get to see that because they weren't there. So there was a lot of components involved. And you know me, I have a lot of respect for police officers.
Same.
I have several in my family, and the last thing that I would do is disrespect their job. But boy, they cross that line on their oath in the Constitution. You better believe I'm going to stand up to them, as I did him.
Yeah, you did. There was a lot going on that night, so it was hard to observe everybody's demeanor and stuff like that. But yeah,
Right.
that
And I
dude.
was telling all of you were so gracious in trying to stand up for me and, like speak to them, like defending me. And I told you all to stand down. If you remember, I said, I got this. You guys need to stand down because I didn't want the heat coming on to you guys. But they already had a plan. They already know what they were going to do to every single one of us out there.
I know you had it handled. I know you did, but I was just like, this is wrong. This is so wrong. And then the other people were parked on the other street, and I knew they weren't going to do nothing about it. They were just harassing us for whatever reason.
And Crazy Juice, when I pulled the discovery of that night with my citation and the 9 deputies rolling in with lights on, which is what we call Code 3. When you have that kind of situation for a police officer, the rules are you call dispatch when arriving at the scene of the crime, and then you inform dispatch when they're stepping out of the vehicle, all for their protection, right? Because assuming that they're going to a Code 3 situation, there was not one single communication between the officers and dispatch that night.
Wow.
There's my hamburglar.
That's weird. Burglar alert.
The burglar. You're the burglar. They took him. They arrested the burglar. He was stealing hamburgers. Oh my gosh! Like we can even laugh. It's amazing, just that we can even laugh. Says a lot about us.
Yeah, that's funny. That's so.
The two toes on the street hamburger. Oh my God! I'm laughing. To be honest with you, I'm laughing and crying at this point because it has been a long road. We still have Alex to go through, and tomorrow justice will prevail.
Yeah. Yep. I hope so. I do. It's been stressful. I'm over it.
Yeah, you're almost there, hopefully. And if not, we're ready for the fight of our life, right?
Yep. You got
in
that
the
right.
Court. All legal in the courts.
Yeah, in the court. Ain't that the truth?
Not covert like they have been doing it, like the sheriff's office has been doing it. And I want to be really clear that I don't even blame the deputies. I really don't. They are under duress of their livelihood being threatened if they don't do what that tyrant sheriff tells them to do.
I mean, you could tell that's what's going on because I mean, those guys, some of those guys were like, I don't even want to do this, or they were like, it's you could just you could sense it too, especially with the younger guys too. I mean, look at that guy. I mean, he looked like I don't know, not that guy actually. Never mind, that guy is. I don't know about that guy. He didn't have any filter at all. He seemed like he was with it.
Right.
Like
the thing is, that guy was scary. I don't know. I mean, like I had to look and see if he had even a plastic. It appeared like he has a mask because his face is so plastic.
Yeah.
Looking.
Yeah. But Aragon.
Did you get that?
Huh?
Didn't you get that feeling of that officer you're showing right now? Or
yeah, he had me scared. I'm not gonna lie. That dude was weird.
Yeah, I agree. Like he had no expression. Like I said, a plastic face is what he appeared to be.
He was ready to fight. He thought I was gonna resist, and I'm like, look, I'm gonna comply with everything. I'm not gonna fight with you guys. I'm not here to do none of that. And it was like a sense of relief with him and the other younger guy, because I mean, what happens when they put on the gloves. I already observed that. And the first thing they told me was like, we're taking you in. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I could not believe
it.
Look
at your face. You look like you're looking at him like, what you talking about?
Yeah. The Aragon, the sergeant, the dude, he seemed like he was cool. I mean, he's one of the only ones that never said anything about anything. And you know, he was one of the few who was like, I don't even want to do this. His whole demeanor changed when he gave me the citation, which is what I'm going to court for tomorrow.
He shows up, right? Where he shows up, and he's all nice with you, and he's saying, "I don't see a problem," and you're off the side, and he's saying all, you know, the truth, and then all of a sudden he says, "Let me go find out what the problem is," because he didn't even know what the problem was at that point. So he gets in his vehicle, and then, according to Discovery, he made several calls to his legal team, he said. Okay, by the way, it's past 5 o'clock, and let me tell you that anybody in the legal side of Pima County leaves the office at 4 p.m. So who the hell was he calling at 5 o'clock? Legal team or legal advisor that had to tell him what citation to issue. Can you imagine that?
I can, yeah.
Can you being pulled over on the highway, and the officer in the highway says, "I gotta go make a call to see what kind of ticket I'm gonna give you." Okay. Can you make it a ticket for like I don't know, somebody famous maybe, if they're gonna be in concert? I don't know what ticket you're talking about.
For real.
I'm serious. What the hell is that all about?
And even
I gotta call some.
the weird stuff that was going on with some of the neighbors was even weird. I mean, especially that lady on the hill, man. It just bothers me.
Oh, that lady on the hill. That lady on the hill. We are going to meet each other in the courtroom soon. I've already started my civil procedure. It's going to be, this is not going to be the end of the story, I'll tell you that much. This story is going to go on for probably a couple of years.
Yeah.
Because now we're going to be entering the civil courts.
I'm there with you, 100%. She was the only one out of all of them, like I was telling you. She's the only one out of all of them that asked for the report number. Out of all the 911 calls, she's the only one that seems like she might just be a little prepared for it or ready for something coming her way.
Right. And, well, I'll tell you who else.
So she knows what she's doing.
Well, in Sue Ellen, because I've had her like on a kind of a silenced order, not silence, but like, and it's not really a restraining order or anything. It's just I'm trying to think of, I'm still like half asleep. The terminology is like, well, it's just basically, you know, on a warning, a severe warning from already with the court system that she was not to come approach me anymore. Because the last time she had approached me, she put her finger on my face.
Wow. You know, and that little incident she pulled with the vehicle, you know, I don't know what that would be, but I feel like that she should definitely be in trouble for something like that. And they didn't even care.
That's almost that I believe that's called on the same, it's a brandishing a weapon violation.
And then with the vehicle, so with that would have something to do with the vehicle, right? Because I mean,
when you throw a vehicle at someone, like you're gonna run them over, that's on the same category as brandishing a weapon.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That sounds right.
Right. So, wow, it's just been so much. I mean, like you said earlier, half the people don't even know half the story because of the fact that we're obeying the court orders, and we're doing everything by the rule of the law. And but pretty soon the story will be all completely out, and people will it's gonna blow people's mind as to what especially you and Alex have been through.
Yeah. This case has brought so much drama. People are so obsessed with this case. I mean, we all are. I mean, this case is just, it's not usual. It's just so unusual, this happening. I've been here all my life, and I've never seen a thing like this happen before. So
Unfortunately, I have, and that's the fight that I've always had with the, especially with the county, with the sheriff's office, is how much they detest independent media, and actually all media except their chosen ones, which are only two channels, two local channels.
that's why I'm glad I did crime though, because I mean it woke me up to the the injustice system and just the corruption amongst the sheriff department alone. Though I just never knew it was this bad, and it gets deeper. I just never knew this was all going on. People, I just never even believed people when they would tell you like certain things happen to them. Like it's really true. Like people are really like being treated unfair. It's crazy. And things that happen with the police are really happening.
And Juice, I really do believe that. I mean, in my faith, I believe that we are chosen sometimes to do to expose someone for the protection of others, and you happen to be one of those that was chosen because there was faith that you would be strong enough to see this through.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't change it for nothing either. I'm glad I did. Well, not that part of it. I just mean like everything that's that's happened. I wouldn't change it for nothing. But yeah, I mean, as far as being a part of change, I'm happy I can be a part of that for sure.
Right, and then the assignment that I'm now is about election integrity, and we're going to change the way elections have been done in this county, and it's going to happen this year. You all are about to see it by November. Just remember, when you're seeing those changes, just remember, that's what Juanita was talking about. That was her new assignment that she went to.
Yeah. And one thing to point out that you like, just even one thing, just for proof, the minute you started talking about the signs being fake, guess what they did?
Right.
Change the signs.
Well, and they're still fake. And they're still fake.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
You can't go put a P with a slash over on top of a floaty in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Without telling people what the hell the P means. Is it no P? Oh, that's what it is. It's no P in that neighborhood. Oh my God, how have I been so dense?
That's crazy. I would have never knew that. And then when you mentioned the fact that when you scan that QR code, it could take all your information from your phone.
They were tracking us. They wanted everybody that would scan that QR code to track us, to get
Never knew that.
Your cell phone number, your metadata. Absolutely. I said, hell, I ain't going to scan. My car ain't scanning no QR code, and I'm not scanning no QR code. Don't you go giving me a QR code to look up how you want to charge me with.
I never knew that. That's crazy. That is crazy.
And that's the abuse that they take on people that don't understand their rights and what the law is.
Yep. That's crazy. I would have never known. And I would have probably I was never going to scan it anyway, but I didn't know they could do that just by you scanning a simple QR code. I'd probably never want to scan. I don't even want to scan one ever again after that.
Right. I might have to go back tomorrow night around that area if JLR's around and have him explain to people that those new signs with the P slashed over it just means no peeing here, no pee, no pee. And no P there, and no P over there.
So I'm gonna say I'll make sure tomorrow though I ask the judge too what the conditions are.
Yeah.
Because they didn't say anything the last court date.
I wouldn't. If they do a continuance, I wouldn't ask for conditions. Don't do the case for them. If they don't mention conditions, you don't mention conditions.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Because I mean, the last time it didn't say anything. It didn't really say. I don't remember what it said. I got the paper somewhere, but I don't know what it said. It's just
right.
Well, it didn't say nothing. It didn't. There wasn't any. It said something, but it wasn't anything at all, really.
Oh, just like the release from jail, no conditions at all. Remember me looking at y'all's paperwork going, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
It says that. It says absolutely nothing. The most non-compliant piece of jail release time that I have ever seen. All paperwork that I have ever seen from people being released from jail is conditions, what day to show up to court, how you're supposed to report to this other, like pre-trial, kind of like it's sometimes the probation department, sometimes just a pre-trial officer. Nothing. Complete blank piece of paper.
Why do they do that, though? I don't understand that. It's like a setup.
It's a complete setup. It's a complete setup because they're hoping that you're going to call back and ask for conditions and ask for that. No, that's not your job. If they're not writing it, that means there's nothing. Blank means blank.
So if they don't write nothing, you assume it's nothing, and then you get, thrown in jail. It's like,
oh, well, yeah, they could throw you back in jail because they'll throw anybody in jail who they feel like throwing in jail.
Yeah, I think that's the truth, though. That's exactly what they did in the first place.
But well, the last one you did, I was very proud of you because you stood there and you wouldn't leave that courtroom until the judge said with prejudice.
Yeah, no, I had
was,
to.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, I had all told you all because you all had asked me like, do we have to accept the release? And I said, well, no, but face, the flip side of that coin is that then you are asking to go to trial. You are asking to go to a hearing, and in a misdemeanor in Arizona, you're not allowed a jury trial. It's a bench trial.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yep.
And now you got to worry about, is this judge in with the dirty nanos and the dirty attorney's office?
Ah, these people, man.
It's all like a game of crapshoot.
Yeah,
You just kind of roll the dice and see what it's gonna fall.
that's terrible. That is terrible.
And we're changing it.
And you would think with the DA Laura, she, you would think she'd be walking on eggshells, but I mean, maybe that's why they ended up getting dismissed, because she's, on probation and she's being watched. I don't know, but
the only thing that she's got is that she just has to not take it to the court just because to police nanos, because I heard that he had been in there throwing a fit. When she dismissed the first case, which
really?
was actually your case, he was in there throwing a fit. That's the main reason why they filed charges again on Alex, because he was so upset. I heard that he was about as out of control as he was with the county assessor. Remember what he did with the county assessor when she released information to the FBI?
Oh, he went off. We just talked about that about an hour ago. Yeah, he went off. He got angry with her.
Well, that's exactly how he went off with the county attorney.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing that he doesn't. The thing that really has helped us is that Nanos has done harm to so many people that there's a lot of people talking to us. Oh, look, there's the no peace zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I drove through there like last week, and yeah, it was. I saw those signs. I was shocked.
That can only be Juice's hand right there. Guilty. Guilty.
And then there's. Huh?
You got a little cough freshener there. Was that really a little camera, a little your air freshener sort of camera?
No, I wish.
Like, what do they call it? The dash cam?
Yeah. No, it's the phone holder thing. I have one though.
think about how fortunate in a way, or blessed that, I mean, like our guardian angels were always there because Nanos had upset so many people that there were people inside talking to us, inside of his department, inside of the district attorney's department, inside of the the county supervisor's department. The amount of them, I don't think that I could have gathered the information that I gathered had I not gotten that information from all of them telling me where to look.
Yeah. Nah, we've been I feel blessed. I mean, I'm fortunate to even be to be honest, I didn't even think I was going to jail, when they were taking me to jail. That's why I was so scared, because they're so corrupted. I thought they were going to take me somewhere, and I really thought they were going to kill me or something, hurt me real bad that day.
Right.
It's been a fortunate, outcome so far. And I'm not even going to, I'm not going to take nothing for granted.
Yeah, when I got the call I first got the call that Alex had been arrested, because he had got arrested before you, but just a few minutes before, and then they arrested you.
I can't believe they went to his house at that. That just that's just beyond crazy.
Yeah.
How did they even know where he lived? That's the thing too. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, but they're not tracking us.
Right.
But what was I gonna tell you? Oh, and then I heard, that's when I jumped in. I said the first place I'm going is to a bondsman's, to the bondsman's office. Everybody said the bond's not gonna be that much to get a bondsman. No, you don't understand. A bondsman has knowledge of who to call right now to find out where they're at, because you guys still weren't on the system.
Yeah.
They were keeping you off the system until the 7 o'clock
to make sure
court session, so that you guys would miss it.
Yeah, exactly. And you should have seen how slow he drove when we were going on the way there. We probably were going like 30 miles in a 40. And we took the longest way to the jail. I kid you not. The longest possible way.
We're going to find out that route. You're going to get that information, subpoena, about the route. So that's coming. That information's coming. Find out exactly what route that officer took and why he decided to take a different route that they normally do to go to jail, to go take a prisoner, to book a prisoner.
Yeah. He just kept looking at the phone. Like, I don't know what, I just thought he was taking me somewhere else before I even left. And I kept telling him, I'm in fear for my safety. I don't think, I don't feel comfortable going anywhere with you guys. No budge, nothing.
Especially driving and looking at the phone, that was in itself. I don't care who it is. That makes me nervous as hell when someone's driving me and looking at the phone. Hell no. Put that phone down.
Yeah, and it's not even in there. If you know what I mean. It's not even in the discovery at all.
Did you ask him to put the phone down, or did you say anything to him in the drive?
So what? Say it again.
To the deputy that was driving you to the jail, did you say anything to them while you were in on your way there?
Yeah, the same thing that I implemented before I left. I was just, I was telling them that I was scared, that I didn't know, why I just didn't understand why they were even taking me. And for the first I want to say for like the first 10 minutes, he ignored me. Not a single word.
Oh. Well, I'm dying to get that video of that ride. There's a video of that ride that's on its way, so it's been FOIA. So when we get that video, that's going to be very telling. Of course, it'll be at your discretion what you want to do with it.
Yeah, no, definitely. You already know I'm not going to let this just be swept under the rug. Yeah, and it was funny because he was like, when he ignored me for that long period of time, I just gave up even trying to talk to him for a second, and then he finally was like, he was looking at the phone, doing whatever he was doing. I couldn't see it. I kept trying to see what he was doing, who he was texting. Me, I just thought it was Sheriff Nanos the whole time, whoever he was communicating with. But then finally, there's that long, when no one's talking to you and they're like all into their phone. He heard me because once he put it down, he's like, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" After he ignored me for like what, probably, I'm over exaggerating a little bit, probably for a good 5 minutes. Then he put it down and he's like, "What? I'm sorry, what did you say?" And I'm like, "Wow, so you did hear me." This is the weirdest thing.
Wow. Wow. Well, also a shout out to Nick. He got out there. He was out in the kiosk holding our line while we were managing things out of the bondsman to get that call into because immediately when the bondsman called, Rickard said, "Oh yeah, let me put him in the system right away." So they were like, "Okay, they caught us. We better put him in the system because they already know that they're in here."
Yeah, and that was the worst experience ever. That was the worst experience. Never again. Right there, when we first got into the pit area, I knew like right away. Like once I didn't see Alex in there, when I got in there, I was like, "Where is Alex? Where's he at?" I mean, he's in the hole the entire time, and I just knew right then and there, Sheriff Nanos is tied to all this. I mean, how do you even like initiate something like that when you're not even there? How do you make sure that they do that? Like, what type of order did he put on us to where that we had to be separated and we couldn't talk to one another?
Right. And of course, he's conniving enough that he has his lieutenants and his sergeants doing the work. And, he'll throw them all under the bus when all of this hits the fan.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Yep. He's going to try to cover his tracks with, his history says it all. He resigned right before he was going to get fired anyway, so.
And if all of those guys see that finally there's going to be a stop put to him, to Nanos, maybe all of the deputies and officers will start standing up and telling the truth as to what they were told to do.
I hope so.
I have a funny feeling the county attorney knows, especially with the last piece of paperwork you filed. I think that opened up the county attorney's eyes as to what these guys have been doing.
Yeah. Yep. I hope so. This guy's affecting people's livelihoods. How do these deputies put up with this, man? I don't even understand that. Why would you threaten, my career? And, I'm sure he's promising promotions, for these guys to do what they're doing for him. But also remember that statement was released before they even arrested us about them facing discipline. So
he already promoted one of the detectives from Nancy's case.
Wow.
And everybody thought that it was a new detective that was on the case, but it wasn't. It was because it showed up as lieutenant. But it's the fact that he promoted a detective to lieutenant.
That's crazy. That makes me angry. Jesus Christ.
You promote someone in a case that hasn't been solved. And it's like the weirdest case in life that anybody has ever seen. And everything that's crazy about it was a creation of Nanos. If you think about where all the chaos has come from, it's been something he has done.
100%.
Not what happened in the discipline of Nancy. It's what Nanos has done, like going after you guys, like putting up the stupid signs, event signs for no parking, and bypassing 4 departments to do that parking situation. All 4 departments. The traffic department said we had nothing to do with it. The traffic engineer, I had nothing to do with it. the maintenance that normally puts up those signs, we had nothing to do with it. Well, then who placed the signs?
CFA.
The deputy did. They told me the deputy
Oh, the
was the one
deputy.
placing.
Wow. So that's not even the Catalina Foothills Association that's doing that?
No, no, it was the deputies. It's taxpayers' money to do all of this. Then I go into the sign makers and to the printers, the county printers, and they said, "Uh-oh, she's here about nano signs." She found us.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
like, dang, 4 departments he bypassed. You know, that's tyranny right there, okay? There's a reason why there's department heads to separate this kind of behavior from someone being such a tyrant.
That's tragic. That's crazy.
And then he wanted to take over the assessors department. Now he wants to take over the county attorney's department. So he's been, in his whole career, hasn't been about protecting people. It's been about getting the scoop on everybody's in the department head so he can go ahead and threaten all of them with the dirt he has on them.
That's crazy. Yeah, I was losing sleep over this crap. I think I had a nightmare one night. I mean, yeah, it's been pretty it's been a real tough situation for sure. I don't even know if I'm gonna sleep tonight.
Well, sleep well. Say your prayers and sleep well. And everybody that's here, your viewers, I'll pray for Jews that justice is prevailed tomorrow, and every single one of you also acknowledge yourself with the support you have given them, and us, and me, and Alex, and Jews, and you all have been just amazing. I don't know that any of them could have ever gotten through this without all of you.
Well said. I mean, yeah, you're 100% right. I don't know what I would have done without half of these viewers here. I mean, I keep telling them this channel it don't go without them being here. That's for sure. They make this channel what it is.
Absolutely. And they hold us accountable, which is awesome.
Yeah.
You know,
we need
sometimes
that.
it seems like it gets a little bothersome if somebody asks an odd question or an in-your-face question in chat, but those questions are important. Hey, pause that picture you have right there. I have had a question about this picture. Look at Nano's pocket.
Oh,
Did
hold
you
on.
see that picture on the stadium there?
Hold on.
Go back and look at
I'll
it.
pull it back up. I think we talked about this one time. I can't remember who brought this
It's a
up.
good look. What is the evidence pocket? To me, that looks like one of those portable gun holsters.
What is that?
Kind of like what the perp had on the porch.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It looks kind of old too. Like it's not like, I don't know. Is that a gun holster? Yeah.
Well, look at the shape that it goes in the pocket. It starts to go down like you know how a gun holster gets thinner towards the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That's that kind of a shape.
Yeah, I'm
Look at
looking
it.
for the latch that it goes on to where it clips onto. I don't see that part, but it could be on the other side. And
Yeah,
it's
it could be on the other.
and it's older, so I mean, I'm assuming he's had
Oh.
that holster for a long time. So yeah, if that's, I mean, it would make sense for it to be a holster
I
if it
think the
is.
clip, yeah, there is a look at towards the top part of his pocket. There is the clip right there. The what is it, like a tack? You know, whatever they put to close that corner off.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. That little little silver round thing you're talking about.
Like a snap. Yeah, like a
Yep.
snap.
Yep. I
I
put a
saw
little
that
circle
the
around it.
beginning. Whoa, what does he have in his pocket? That looks a lot like what the perp had on the porch. So this was one of his first conferences.
The only one,
They said,
wasn't
like,
it?
yeah, hey, put the props from the crime away and go in there and talk to the people. And he threw it in his pocket and ran in. Because, like, what kind of a person would put that in his pocket?
If that's a notebook, that's
supposed
an
to be.
old notebook, Ninja. I don't think that's a notebook. That looks, you could tell it's like metal or plastic.
And why would it have a snap up on the top of the corner if it was notebooks? Don't close that because you could see that it.
Nah, it looks like me. It looks like my because I got my holster right here. It looks like but mine is black. But it almost looks like the same like
The
butt
same
in.
snap.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
The little
Because you see, absolutely
part
close
right
as it.
here.
There's no picture in between that corner at all. That thing is about as tight as could be.
Yeah. It's crazy.
They say it's his wallet.
Nah, that's not a wallet.
If that's a wallet, that's a Mima wallet.
For real. That's a hard square wallet. That's a square wallet.
That's a long, long wallet that only a Mima would have.
Seriously, ain't no way that's a wallet.
Oh my goodness. He might as well have come out with a purse. It's a day planner. No, guys, there's no paper in between there. Or probably a Walter. A Walter. Somebody said it's a Walter. Okay. It's a Walter. I'll believe that one. Okay. It's a Walter.
Nah, I think you're right. I think that's a holster because it's got that same little prong, like that screw you're talking about.
Hey,
That
look how it's shaped. If it was a wallet, it wouldn't have bent down towards the bottom of the stand that meets the camel or the, what do they call that? Camel pockets, or what are they called? The side pockets on the
oh, I don't
whatever
know. I know what you're talking about though.
camel.
But it's even got that
So yeah, there would be camel.
where that screw is at too. It's got like the nudge in between. There's like a nudge in between it. Like it's like a line in between the screw, like a flathead, like if it's a flathead or something, you know.
I mean, that thing is long. That's not a short thing. That's going from his waist all the way down below his hip,
Yeah.
or below his crotch, let's say. I think crotch is allowed to say.
Yeah, that's got to be I'm guessing that's a holster. Trucker's wallet. Somebody said go and look up trucker wallets.
Well, I've seen like the bikers' wallets there's a chain on those. Where's the chain for the wallet? The trucker wallets would also have a chain. So where would the chain have gone? The chain would have been on the outside, like what towards pointing back, like towards his rear.
It don't look like a trucker wallet, but it does have that little snap thing on it. But no, it's not like the one his. You got to remember, he's been and he's been a cop for a long time, so he's gonna have an old holster, and he's not out on the ground, so he's gonna all his stuff is gonna be old.
And if you look at it, it's heavy enough that it pulls his pants down a little because it look it from the belt down on towards the rear. See how it stretches those pants down a little bit?
Yeah.
Like it stretches up.
You could see the outline all the way down to that pocket where you're talking about, pretty much where it kind of stops.
And then you could also see the curvature on it. It's not quite a rectangle, a complete rectangle. It has a curvature at the bottom as it starts to make its way to the cargo pocket.
That's funny. Yeah, it does.
No, I looked at this for a long time. I didn't say anything for a long time because I studied it and studied it and studied it. And then I watched him hoping he'd have it again, and he never had it again. He never had it again.
That's funny. Yeah, it is.
That's his RICO money.
He's going to need it. He is sure going to need it.
And then it kind of bulges out like if it was a wallet, it would have flattened out and hugged his hugged his leg or hugged the hip area.
Yeah, no, that's got to be.
Good question. Somebody just asked, is he left-handed?
I don't know. I would have to see what side he has the holster on, but that doesn't mean nothing because some people are ambidextrous. So I mean, But a lot of
That's on your
times,
blessing.
yeah, a lot of times you carry on the side that you're, what hand you are.
I never seen him carry, actually, now that I think about it. Every time that I've seen him, I've never seen him with a weapon on.
Yeah, that's because he's never on the ground, so he doesn't really have a reason to ever, unless he's in
They don't
office.
allow
Even then,
weapons.
though.
They don't allow weapons in the gym.
They don't? Oh, but he's an officer, so maybe with him he'll get away with it if he wanted to.
Yeah. Well,
That's a
those
good
are
one.
all little things that we'll be looking at some more, that's for sure.
For
Stuff
sure.
like that sometimes we miss because we were, when they throw so much information at you, and they do it for a reason, so that you're bombarded and you don't know where to look anymore.
Seriously.
But the last place I look is their face. I always look at their shoes, and I always look at their attire.
That's a good one, though. Actually, I've never really seen Nanos with a gun, actually, or with the suited up, I
No.
guess. And if he's been suited, it's just
Oh.
he's in uniform, but not.
I think his nose is his weapon.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's a Bitcoin wallet, somebody said. All right, there it is. Case solved. Case solved. I've seen him with a lot of, but I've never seen him with a weapon. Bitcoin wallet. Oh my God, these people are funny. I love your chat. They're hilarious. All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go. I gotta get ready. I'm walking in now. Back to work, back to the grind, and
All right.
thinking of you and praying. And like I said, I'm gonna do my best to try to break loose and get out there.
Much so, Anita. I appreciate you calling. And again, thank you for all your help. You're a blessing, and I'm sure we'll be in touch
Oh,
again.
you're welcome. You're very welcome. God bless you, and thank you for everything you do.
Anytime. You too.
All right.
All
Take
right.
care. Good night. Bye.
Shouts Juanita, man. Wonderful, wonderful lady. Man, she's been so helpful. I mean, you guys don't even know. You guys don't even know how helpful she's been, man. I mean, she's been helpful to not just me, to everybody. I mean, Alex, man, maybe even 857 too. I don't know, but she's been highly helpful, and she's willing to help anybody. I mean, she's one of a kind. She really is. Much love to her. And much love to all you guys. I mean, you guys have been more than enough helpful. I can't be thankful more. I couldn't be more thankful for all of the people that have been supporting the channel and just, being here for me. It's crazy. It is crazy, man. I'm so glad I started doing crime. Never would have thought in my life I would ever do crime, especially where I grew up. Thankfully, I made a good choice in my life to not be a part of the crime. And, because I grew up around a lot of gang members, where I grew up. I mean, I grew up in a blood neighborhood, so I chose a different route, though. Yeah, man. Shouts to Chad. Juanita says, yeah, no, shouts to you, man, and Chad as well. Hey, you too, Christine. Much love, Christine. She says we love you. I love y'all too, man. It's been one heck of a journey here, and I wouldn't trade it for a thing. Man, I ain't even looking at that video, man, because when I got there, I couldn't believe these people were arresting me that day. Sheesh, court in 6 hours from now, man. It's crazy. I'm a little nervous, but we'll be all right. It's the juice. Hello? It's Juice.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Let me turn this TV down.
Doing all right.
I
Doing
just
all
wanted to
right.
wish you good luck in court.
Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah.
I just heard Juanita. Anything new?
As far as what, Nancy, or just
Yes.
case wise, there no nothing really new besides the new set of eyes that
I
we've
see
learned about.
JLR out there last night.
He was here last night?
Yesterday.
I thought he just got here
Yesterday.
today.
Oh, wait. Was it today? Wait, today's Thursday, honey.
Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday. Okay,
So
you're
he
right.
already
It was
got here yesterday. No. I'm not counting the new day because I've been up, but so he already got here then. I didn't even know that. I thought he just got here. I didn't think he streamed
Yes,
here
he
yet.
was a couple
Really.
blocks from Nancy on some dirt road, honey.
Wow. I know Jim was out here streaming earlier.
Jim was out. Yeah.
And
I
then,
love his theory, though, the way he said, put that rock and that note in that bag and then put it in another bag and toss it out the window.
Yeah, we'll see what
I do
happens.
like
What did he
that.
say? October 11th or something?
And it was the 12th and the 13th.
Nah, we'll see
Today's
what
the
happens.
13th. Today's the 13th. So he was out searching yesterday. He didn't find anything.
That's crazy. Yeah. We'll see. I don't think they're gonna do it, but I mean I don't look past anything in this case, and you never know.
I know. I am so sick and tired of just hearing the same thing and not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I know. You and me both.
Well, I
Nothing.
wanted to wish you good luck in court. That's a major plus.
Much love. I appreciate that. I truly do, and thank
All
you
right,
for
well,
calling.
I
too.
don't want to keep you awake. I know that you got to go to bed and get some sleep before you go.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I am
All
getting
right.
there.
Well, you have a good night.
All right, you too. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Shouts to her reaching out. I appreciate all you guys wishing me luck today. Truly appreciate it. Yeah, all hopes. And God will be with me too. I think we'll be all right. I got a good idea. It's gonna turn out just fine. Mark my words. Jim, the real deal? I know, man. Jim's been everywhere on that. He's been everywhere on that freaking what's that dirt bike, man. That dude's everywhere on that bike, man. This the juice. What's up, Bruce?
Hello?
What's up, Bruce?
Hey,
How you doing?
What's up, man? Hey, just wanted to hope everything goes well for you.
I appreciate
in your
that.
court. I just got up a little bit a few minutes ago. I heard you talking to Juanita about court. So good luck to you, man.
Appreciate that. What, you going to work?
I'm not working, man. I live over in the Philippines, brother.
Oh, wow.
I'm just here doing I'm here visiting family, man. That's all I'm doing right now.
Wow, okay. I was like, man, you got up early,
I had
4 in
to-
the morning.
Yeah. Well, I have to get up early so I can talk to my wife and stuff here pretty soon. So
What time is it over there?
it's my life, man.
What time is it over there, you said?
Oh, so let's see, what is it? It's 4:09. I'm up in Seattle, man.
Wow. Oh, so you're on the same time as me. Oh, okay, okay.
It's 7:09 in the Philippines right now. So
Yeah.
but,
Okay.
I call her. I usually call her by 8 o'clock, and then we talk for a little bit. I got to see. I want to see my kids too.
I hear that.
Before they go to bed.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'd be the same way.
But yeah, man, I just hope everything goes well for you, man.
I appreciate that.
I hate to see you in this. I hate to see this in this situation. I mean, I get it. It's been still a long while, but it just wish it would get solved and get over with, and so you can move on with your life, man.
Man, tell me about it. I'm hoping for the best myself, man. I really do. I appreciate you calling in too and just sharing that with me.
Yeah, man.
Need that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, take care, brother. God
All
bless
right, Bruce.
you, brother.
Much love.
Bye-bye.
Much love, Bruce. I appreciate it. Yeah, even watching this video, guys, it's kind of like nerve-wracking watching this video.
Maybe that's why she was
Couldn't believe
calling
it.
me.
We got sheriff already. I think somebody was calling me right before I even, like right when I got there, somebody was calling me. I'm like, look, if you're gonna call, you want me to mute the stream to tell me something, like I don't really want to do that. I was kind of overwhelmed with doing that because people get all angry. Remember, we are, and I wish she would have just told me if that was what she was going to tell me. Live here, we are here to discuss the case and deliver any possible information that we have, and we're not here to, for me personally, hide anything from anybody. So just keep that in mind, and I gotta respect. We didn't know why she was here, so I figured I'd check. Flicker fade.
Can you take me off live?
Well, I'm just getting started here.
Can you take?
This is Juice. This must have been a neighbor who called us.
Take me off live.
Well, I'm just getting.
Hey, can you get me up? Can you take me off live?
Well, I'm just getting started here, and I'm live. I just went live right now. Lori, good to see you. So thanks so much for tuning in. Message.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, she called unknown, and she's saying to take her off live. Guys, I'm gonna stop muting. I'm not gonna keep muting I mean, a lot of times when people ask me to mute, it's really not nothing that requires me to mute the thing that we all don't know already. So if you got something to say, you don't want anybody to hear it, just feel free to text me. I'll respect that. But you got to remember, we are live here. We are here to discuss the case and deliver any possible information that we have. And we're not here to, for me personally, hide anything from anybody. So just keep that in mind. And this was the day I went to jail. So I didn't want to mute it because she was asking me to mute right away. And I think she was in the neighborhood, or I don't know who this was and got the tip, but I think it sounded like she had the tip and she was trying to just get me the heads up. But there was nothing I would have been able to do anyways. I wouldn't have made it out of there in time. Sheriff, right after we hung up, they pulled up. Got here. I just got here. Literally just got here. 3 cops. I literally just got here. Let me make sure my live is up here. Big welcomes, those of you guys tuning in. Good to see you guys in the chat. Big welcomes, guys. Welcome, Tarsh. Is it Tarsh here? The Juice? I go by the Juice on YouTube. Yeah. Why are you asking my name? What's going on?
So we're here again for the same problem.
I just got here.
Public nuisance, okay?
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute. You had sheriffs come by and I talked to him and said,
yeah. I don't know.
2 hours ago. I mean, I have it on video and everything. Yeah, he came out and he's like, are you 857? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, you're cool.
Yeah.
You're cool. You're not updating. So, yeah. I mean,
so it's funny because he asked my name. I didn't want to give him my name. I've already given him my name probably like 6-7 times at this point. And then he asked me if I'm Troy. What?
Yeah, he came out and he's like, are you 857? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, you're cool.
Yeah.
You're not updating. So, yeah, I mean, if you guys look on your call log, you'll see there was 3 sheriffs out here, like, 2 hours. Yeah.
Well, this is the direction we're going.
I'm out of here if you guys are just...
I understand that, but just get his 43 and we'll get going. All right, bro. You're asking my name.
They've already got my information several times, and you're not telling me why you're here. I don't know what's going on. You just came and he demanded my name. I'm so confused.
So,
right, but I don't know what's even going on.
Right now, we're going to be cited for the public, actually the public nuisance. Can't be here. Effective today.
Effective today, public nuisance that we can't be here. And under what law that is, you said?
We'll cite you. I'll let you know what the statute, but that's what it is. Did you get a ride here, or how'd you get here?
Yeah, I always get dropped off.
Okay. All right, bro.
So is this a new law in place or something?
Go ahead and get this going. All right, man. So you're gonna be cited.
I'm gonna be cited for this.
Yeah, it's an actual arrest. It's an M2 misdemeanor.
An M2 misdemeanor.
So let's get your stuff together and come with us, all right?
Get my stuff together and come with you guys.
Yes. Right.
What did I do wrong?
I just told you what you did. So, all right. So, grab your stuff.
Can we request a supervisor? You guys are making me super uncomfortable.
I'm not trying to do. I'm really not.
I don't know what I did wrong.
I told you.
So I'm coming with you guys. Where am I going?
You're in the jail.
I'm getting booked into jail.
Because you were already cited before. So.
But they didn't tell me that I could not come back here.
I understand that, man.
I was told that I was okay as long as I was not on the easement. I'm not aware of anything that you guys are. I meant to say public, the roadway. Can I get a supervisor, please, before we move forward? Because I don't understand how I'm going to be arrested for something that I'm not.
I'm really trying to make this as
no, and I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna give you guys a hard time at all. If you guys want me to go with you guys,
pack your stuff up and let's get going. Okay. Like, we're not gonna. We don't want.
So I'm not able to call for a ride and leave.
Can you call someone to take it?
Yeah, I can call my girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah, pick up your gear and pick up all your stuff, and we'll get you out of here. Okay. And I'll give you a copy of the citation.
So you're going to give me a copy of the citation. So I'm excited I'm not going to jail. I'm just being...
It's a physical booking. It's a physical being cited. So you're being arrested.
So how the hell am I going to get a copy of a citation if I'm going to be in jail? What? That's crazy, man. I wish you guys would have handled this a lot better than that. I didn't understand that I would be arrested for coming out here and doing what we've been doing this entire time.
How long? 7 to 9 minutes. Was your girl the one that dropped you off over here?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't want to mess. We don't want to damage any of your equipment. So
no, I know. I'm calling her right
that's
now.
all yours up there?
So he's not being arrested at all? Just me?
Really, he's being cited.
So he's just being cited?
No, because I have not done okay, I wasn't talking with you. I already had, Okay, never mind. I've already had interaction, and he said the officer sheriff came here earlier. Before he said we were fine. The other sheriff that has the same badge as you guys said we're fine. So, like, I'm sitting.
What amazes me is Alex got the same charge, and he wasn't even there when he was charged with this same crime, which kind of makes me wonder if I was going to be charged with this, or I was going to be arrested at my home in front of my children like he was, which is crazy because they charged him with the crime that he hadn't even committed, that they were waiting for us to commit, assuming that we were going to come back out there, because he said that whatever he was charging me with was effective the day that I was arrested, which is crazy. It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, that's just insane to me. It's so bothering even watching this. I can't watch this anymore. That's crazy. Imagine, and if they probably would have had to, I'm not even going to lie. I mean, they probably would have like needed like 4 officers for me. That little guy would have never been able to take me if I would have resisted arrest, and it probably wouldn't have went very well if I did. So I'm glad I really didn't, and I just complied because I have high respect for officers. But being in fear of your safety is not a good feeling. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not at all. Especially if you don't feel like you're really going to jail. Like it's one thing to, resist because you don't want to go to jail. But it's a whole nother ball game when you feel like you're not getting taken to the Pima County jail. I really didn't really feel like I was going to the jail. I thought they were taking me somewhere else. There was nothing that he did that convinced me that he was really being trustworthy and true to what he was saying. Not only that, the guy that arrested me didn't say really a single word throughout the process, really. The guy that was speaking to me was the gentleman next to the guy that's standing in front of me. And it's like I said, I could repeat this more than a million times. But if somebody ever feels like they're in fear for their safety, I could truly understand how they really feel. Especially when you got a sheriff department full of corruption. It's really difficult to just convince yourself, because these officers aren't going to do their duty, for one, and they weren't really making any efforts to try to convince me that they were really just being honest and upfront and making me feel safe as a public servant. You would think that they would do that, not just be there to do a job that they, quote unquote, don't want to do. They were forced to do it. But I feel for anybody who's really truly in fear of an officer harming them in some type of way. It's a quick decision. Everything's happening so fast, so it's a quick decision you have to make within yourself. Do I fight with these dudes, or do I comply? Should I go with them? Because this might be my last day here. I don't know why I was thinking that way. Probably just because everything that's been going on. I thought it was my last day breathing, literally. That was just the worst feeling I would never want to experience again. I just don't trust the sheriff department. I don't. And that's sad to not be. I'm not even somebody who gets in trouble a lot or has been to jail that many times. That's sad coming from me. I mean, I believe in them enough for them to do the right thing when it comes to taking people to jail. For some reason that day I didn't. But that's sad for anybody to say that about the Pima County Sheriff's Department, that they're in fear of, there's not only their safety, but the fact that they would harm somebody or hurt somebody over a crime case. Maybe it's just my mind messing with me. But I just can't imagine what these guys have done behind the scenes. I feel bad for anybody who's been harmed by Pima County Sheriff in any way, especially the dude that was just recently paralyzed, because they didn't do the necessary work to, see whether or not that this call was a legitimate call. Mind you, the guy that got paralyzed warned them before they even got to his house. It's sad. It's just sad. But I think my judgment is usually right, so I usually go with my gut. And my gut was these dudes are like corrupted. They would do some dirty stuff behind the scenes. Lo and behold, we got a guy with a lawsuit because he was shot, damn near killed. Because what? A false police report? And to come to find out, they're acting due to the fact of high volume calls. They're not even really taking the right necessary approaches to these calls to not only see if they're just simply legitimate, but to inform these people to slow down on calling. Because not only has it been the same people who called over and over again, but it's people also in a whole nother state, sometimes countries. Sad. Come to find out, Sheriff Nanos is lying, and it's not even a majority of the people that are calling. He referred to the amount of calls that they had in the neighborhood was 50 in the last year, and in all reality, that didn't even apply, considering no one in the neighborhood really even called to report us. It was people that didn't even live there trolling, and people that were sticking up for Alex. That's sad. And I would love to be honest, we need to pull the calls that happened on this day that 857 and I were arrested. I would love to see what those calls were like. So maybe we need to do a FOIA request on this very day. What day was this?
Fellow citizen.
I don't think anybody's ever thought to do a FOIA request on this day. I think this was the 8th. Wasn't this the 8th? This was, I'm gonna write this down. I want to get a FOIA report on this day for all the calls. This was, oh, February. No. February. That's way too long. That far. Where is it? Why is it the date not showing up? I should know what date this is too. That's crazy. January 8th it was. June 8th it was. Okay, I was right. She has one of the calls. She has the call of the person who called in and reported me that day. She doesn't have the calls that occurred on this day. And maybe it's just that one. And shouts Pretty Little Clues for pulling that up. But I don't think she has, if there were any other calls. I'm assuming that there are, but there might not be. I think for hers, it was the calls that were.
911, raise your emergency.
Yeah, it was the 911 audio for the citation that I received that day. But as far as calls, I don't think that was.
I'd like to report a road hazard, please.
I don't think she requested all the calls.
The street? It is on. Okay. And what's going on there? There are a couple of camping chairs and an individual with a tripod on the asphalt part of the road as a road hazard, and we have been told to continue to report those for safety. Okay. How many individuals on the road?
It looks like one individual, male, African American, tall, slender, with 2 camping chairs, a tripod, a battery, all kinds of gear. Okay. One of those YouTube people.
Okay. And they're like in the road on the asphalt?
They're on the asphalt, like between the partway in the easement, partway in the asphalt, and also like the tripod is sticking out. So if you're turning in and off, it's challenging to see around, and you don't want people to get hit.
Okay. Okay, can I get your name? And is this a good phone number for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you like a deputy to give you contact afterwards?
Yeah, that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Can I get your last name for records purposes? Okay. I will have a deputy go check on it, okay? And then
Okay, and can you give me the last 3 of the case ID, please?
Yes, ma'am. Let me see. The last 3 of the case ID is 237.
237. Perfect. Thank you. I will look forward to connecting with the deputy a little later.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was the call that led up to it. I think that was the lady on the hill. I want to say that's the Levy lady. I'm not 100% sure if it was or not, but it sounds like it is. I don't know what it sounds like, but I'm just taking a guess that it is. Not too sure. Pittsburgh nurse good to see says I can't see past the tripod so large. Yeah, and obstructing that high traffic area. Isn't that crazy? The stupid stuff these people come up with, like, that just doesn't even make any sense. It's dumb. It's dumb. And why would it bother you from your house or you passing by? We avoid objects all the time in roads, or avoid things on roads when we drive all the time. What, you gonna report that to? I don't get it. just call the police and report something making you go around something like construction, for instance. I mean, it's just the dumbest thing. It really is. What type of hearing is today? Today is a case management conference. So this is probably going to determine what they want to do moving forward. So I'll know whether or not, you know, they're going to dismiss it or they're going to put these charges against me. The fact that they haven't dismissed it yet is kind of making me nervous, but I don't know. I hope it's just going to be dismissed. One of the people that have been trolling said that they're going to, that they requested to be there. So we'll see if they're actually going to show up. They didn't show up the last time, so we'll see if they show up this time. They approved it because I didn't respond in time. Pretty much trying to verify with me that I was okay with them coming and live streaming it. And I'm pretty sure you guys know who it is. They're one of the people that are always talking about JLR over and over and over and over again. So we'll see if he's present during the court session tomorrow.
Not going to allow a poly.
Guys, I wanted to finish the interview
That is a
that Officer Tatum did. However, I know it's getting fairly late. Hold on, I want to see what this is real quick before I end the live here. Real quick.
Compressed and blurry, which is what we were shown, you might realize that he's kind of a bit broad. Take a look at this. Oh.
Pause. I put my life on this. My life, my kid's life. This is not the evidence, picture, video footage from the court. I was there. I watched it. I watched the prosecution move to enter it into evidence. It was admissible into evidence. The judge permitted it. The defense did not object to it. No one argued that this was enhanced or anything was afoot. This was authentic video, verified and accepted by both the prosecution and defense.
Hold on.
I will say, I have attempted to say certain things in an attempt to get Candace to not believe people who are not trustworthy to send her stuff. Now, she played this on her show, and
Candace is very successful.
It's unbelievable. I want y'all to watch this clip. Roll it.
The first thing I'm going to show you from that parking garage is what this person looks like, because if it was less compressed and blurry, which is what we were shown, you might realize that he's kind of a bit broad. Take a look at this.
Of law to show more than a possibility that someone else may be killed by defendant's conduct.
Okay, this is about Tyler Robertson. Okay, I thought this was about the NOLAN WELLS case. I was like, what is Tatum showing? Okay, never mind. So we didn't really miss nothing. Tatum's talking about something else. All right, cool. So we didn't get to finish the entire little interaction that they had with the lawyer, but I don't think we missed much by ending it. So, anyways, I think we've pretty much covered what we needed to cover today for the most part here. I will be live tomorrow. I'm going to try to go live. I'm going to ask the court if I can live stream the court. I don't think they're probably going to let me do that, even though somebody else, I would assume they would let me if they let somebody else, if they've agreed to letting somebody else come and film the court. I don't see why they wouldn't let me come in and film it. However, I doubt that they're going to. There's always something weird about, I don't know. I'm not even going to get my hopes up, but I would like to. But I will probably live stream before I actually go in the court. That's the goal tomorrow. So hopefully I'm able to do that tomorrow. Anywho, on that note, guys, wish me luck. I'm hoping for the best outcome. Pray for me if you guys remember so. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I do know that I'll know what's going to, what the courts want to do moving forward. I'm hoping it isn't, trying to, put these charges or trying to, make these charges stand. That's the last thing I want. I'm going to be so angry if these charges stand tomorrow. I know that. Super angry. Hold on, I was trying to pull something up here. But anyway, I'm going to be super angry if these charges stand tomorrow. I'm really hoping and praying for the best outcome. I don't think it is. I just have a good feeling that everything's going to be good. Thank you guys for being with me through it all. I appreciate it. And regardless, nothing's going to stop us from doing what we're doing. And I hope they get Sheriff Nanos up out of there, because this has been a lot and it's been a headache with everything going on, and it's still not over yet. We still got a whole lot more to do, even if, you know, at this point, everything's dismissed. We got one dismissed, one more to go. I'm hoping for the best outcome. I really am. Much love to you guys all. God bless you guys all. Hope everybody has a decent night. I'll see you guys in the morning, probably in the next 4 or to 5 hours here. Much love, guys. Till next time, it's your boy, the Juice. I'll see y'all next time, folks. Peace.
Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.